you'll hear the concern and anguish this has caused and take this as an opportunity to restore faith in our governing bodies. It's why I personally ran for office, because I firmly believe that we can restore trust in our institutions, but we can only do that if we listen to the people who got us here. I thank you for your time. I thank you for your deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Make sure that there are, Madam Clerk, do we have any other elected officials? No. Okay, so we will move to the general public. We have over 350 folks signed up, so we have a lot of folks today. Like last time, I'm going to ask that we just keep the cheering down so we can keep everything moving quickly so that everybody at the end of the list has as much chance at the beginning. I'm going to call 10 in at a time. We're going to let the front row be where those 10 are seated so it makes it easier to get to the podium. I apologize in advance for mispronouncing anybody's name, and I'm doing my best to look through all of the lists around time that's been allocated to others. It'll be 2 minutes unless you have time allocated from others. First, we'll have Reverend James Woodall, followed by Killian Boatley, Jamie Bork, London Grimes, Darshan Margaram, Maudrey Giles, Alan Lee, Gary Spencer, James Davenport, and Jacqueline Eccles. Those will be our first 10 speakers.
There are still people waiting to sign up, too, if they can be added.
We would appreciate it.
Someone make a motion to allow...
The sign-up, just as clarification, the sign-up sheets per code, the sign-up ends when public comment begins. So first is Reverend James Woodall. That is per code. Reverend James Woodall will have up to 4 minutes.
Mr. President, I think I should have had an additional 4 minutes, which would total 6.
I'm looking through.
Someone make a motion to suspend the rules so that people can still sign up.
So I have my laptop. We don't have to should have had one sheet. 5 sheets.
Reverend, I just got the new sheet. Reverend Woodall, you have up to 6 minutes.
Make a motion. Handicapped elevator. The elevators were stuck. We're not allowed to come up. So we could not get up here to sign up.
Up to 6 minutes. Mr. Lewis?
I want to do this the right way. I want to ask the parliamentarian to make sure that I make the right motion to suspend rules to make sure that everybody can talk. So can you tell me? But we cannot clap. But we can't. So to make sure we keep, because we can do this the right way, and decorum is different. Because we run this space right here. That's how we was able to do this right here. And so I want the parliamentarian to show me how to do that the right way, but also to hope that we don't clap today, we snap so everybody can talk the right way. So can you tell me how to do that, parliamentarian?
And Mr. Lewis, you have a second.
And I got a second
already. There's a motion to suspend the rules to
allow, just for one portion now, so we don't, to keep the quorum, for one portion, can we suspend the rules to allow, I tell you, to allow public comment to go on long, for everyone who comes to past 2 p.m. to sign up to 2 p.m., up to 2 p.m.
Up to 2 p.m.
Up to 2 p.m. Because the line was so long today, it may take an extra 60 minutes. And so for this one part, up to 2 p.m., everybody who gets in before 2 p.m. to be able to speak today.
So Mr. Lewis is making a motion to extend the sign up until 2 p.m. Councilmember Waits, are you a second on that motion?
I'm a second, and also I think given the seriousness of the vote and the fact that we're talking about a $67 million conversation, I think it's in order.
So I would like to ask the law department, because the public comment is in code, and so I want to ask the ability of council through a motion to change code.
Good afternoon, Amber A. Robinson, City of Atlanta Department of Law. There are two issues at hand. Null ordinance cannot be waived by a motion of the council. An ordinance can only be waived by another ordinance. An ordinance requires 2 reads of council and thus cannot be accomplished on the floor during one meeting. Also, there would be constitutional issues with taking this action.
So, Mr. Lewis.
And so I want to bring the parliamentarian in, because I want to listen to the parliamentarian to let us know first.
The parliamentarian is, I mean, I'm happy to let him speak, but he's let me know that he agrees with the interpretation of law.
Okay, and that's the furthest we can go from on this.
So I would have to rule your motion out of order because it is not an ordinance. Councilman Boone?
Yes, Mr. President, to the law department and to this body, we received emails at apparently 11 o'clock stating that there was only one sign-in sheet, which means that the law department, I would like to ask Ms. Amber Robinson to confer with the city attorney to make sure that we were ready to receive this body. We are hearing that there was only one sign-in sheet. That is not acceptable.
Call him, please. Can y'all call him? And President, I think my goal is the same as everybody else's goal here, just to make sure everybody here can speak, but want to do it the right way.
Understood, but Councilmember Lewis, unfortunately, the rules that this body has adopted are the ones that I'm required to enforce. And so that is where we stand.
And I appreciate you.
Nobody started, so all of our speakers are signed up. We'll sit here all night.
But no, we.
So,
And I'll say that I accept the rules of the body, and I accept.
so with that, we'll begin public comment. Reverend Woodall, your time begins. You'll have up to 6 minutes.
To the members of this body, my name is Reverend James Woodall, and I work at the Southern Center for Human Rights. And one, I want to be very clear that the precedent that this proposal and the process that we have experienced has set our expectations very, very low, quite frankly. But today, as the council considers this piece of legislation that would amend the fiscal year 23 budget to transfer $30 million to support the continued construction of the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center, notwithstanding that policy has we have concerns about that policy that was shared in relation to the ground lease that sold 85 acres of land and 265 acres of green space, in which the Atlanta Police Foundation received this land for what essentially becomes a free amount of money, while charging the city of Atlanta $1 million a year over the next 30 years, while also requiring taxpayers to pay the $30 million initially to construct this facility. What meets us in this moment is immoral and undemocratic. Response by city and state officials to conduct surveillance operations on opponents of this facility's construction, the subsequent arrest and prosecution of individuals protesting this facility to be called domestic terrorists, the criminalization of mutual aid organizers as criminal, and subsequently using militarized law enforcement units to raid and arrest these individuals is morally reprehensible and a severe violation of every tenet of American democracy. As we walked into the People's City Hall, we were greeted with bomb dogs, SWAT units, officers donning AR-15s, and a heightened security protocol that presents, even if not intentionally, a chilling effect that seeks to chill speech, discourage people from voicing opposition, and ultimately holding our elected officials accountable in this very moment. That reality demonstrates why thousands upon people oppose this project. Because it is true that many of those who oppose this facility have a severe dislike for police. And that is their right as Americans. That is their God-given right. But for many of us, the human rights violations from murdering Manuel Tortuguita Terán and charging dozens of people with RICO and domestic terrorism, to the inhumane conditions of both Fulton and DeKalb County's jail, added with the moving goalpost of city officials related to the financial cost and benefit analysis, is exactly why we organized against it then and exactly why we organize against it now. A vote today for this paper is a public endorsement of war, of human rights abuse, of militarized streets in our city, and a destruction of the constitutional protections of speech, due process, representation, and ultimately dissent. Today's voice would demonstrate to we the people if Atlanta is truly a city of civil and human rights, which I believe this body passed resolutions declaring so. But this vote would demonstrate whether we hold true to that claim or if we are an international city of fascism and authoritarianism. And so I implore each of you today to choose wisely. And in that choice, I ask that God may have mercy on your souls. And to be clear, this proposal was not the organizing cry of the city's uprisings in 2020. What our calls to demand and our demands were justice and accountability. And in this piece of legislation, neither are included. And so I implore you again to recommit this paper back to the committee. Do a proper vetting of where our tax dollars are going so that we can truly get to public safety, because this, unfortunately, is not it. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the floor.
Thank you. Next up is Killian Botley, or Botley. You'll have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Keelan Boatley. In 2017, I was accepted to become a police officer. I was instructed to arrive at the APD Academy. I was underwhelmed when I arrived and observed an old, rundown building. I had expected a department of this scale to be up to date with their training facility. I still gave it to the benefit of doubts in hopes that this wasn't the case, but unfortunately, I was wrong. My career began as a recruit, and I learned that this facility, where we were receiving training, was elementary school. And at one point, recruits were trained on one side, while children were learning on the other side. I then learned that the public school realized the facility was not in good conditions to teach children and left the property. During my time as a recruit, I learned that APD had cadre staff there that was extremely knowledgeable in every niche of policing. They had over 100 years of policing combined between the staff, which allowed them to lean on one another to help produce some of Atlanta's finest. I did notice that they had their hands tied when it came to being able to train us. There is no shortage of experience being shared with us, but a major aspect of this profession is being hands-on, which means we did a lot of training scenarios. This profession cannot just be taught in the classroom. You need to go through scenarios. I, however, did notice a lot of our scenarios were makeshifts, meaning that we have to play make-believe with our environment. Our training room was a small room. We had to pretend that when we went in that room, it was a house, apartment, or even a store. We needed to imagine that this was our environment during these scenarios because the staff had to work with what they had. During our traffic stop training, we had to use the field in the park because we had 0 private streets to practice the traffic stop, which is one of the most dangerous things an officer will ever do in his or her career. When it came to learning how to operate a patrol car, we had to ask to use South Fulton PD EVOC track. To practice skid pad, we had to drive down to Forsyth, Georgia. Both these courses are state mandated, and because we don't have our own facility to operate these programs, we are now at the whim of other department scheduling. As state of policing evolves, it is crucial that not only is Atlanta up to date with the training, but leading the way of 21st century policing. Thank you all for your time today.
Thank you. Next is Jamie Bork-Launer. Thank you. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Need to find my glasses. I'm sorry. I'll try. Before I begin, I'd like to point out that the disability access to the elevators was shut down by police until we complained, which meant we had little access, many of us, to get to the sign-up sheet, the one sign-up sheet. And that may have broken laws. And that Mayor Dickens' dirty trick claiming City Hall in this very commentary was closed has frightened the general public and is confusing to many who wish to speak. These things have made this a mockery today. This is your process. You should be able to do better. Okay, now, my name is Jamie Lochner, and I live in DeKalb County, and I'm asking you to save your careers here. Vote to put this back in committee. You can do that. Use whatever excuse you want. We don't care. We don't care. Make us out to be the villains, but just vote to put it back in committee. It's not ready to come out. It's not ready for you guys to make this major vote. But if you have to, vote no. The public facility is not for safety. And while I'm sympathetic to the firemen who have been tied to this dubiously funded facility, despite $1 million being cut from the fire and rescue portion of the facility's budget, it's clear that fire and rescue are not the real priority of what we call Cop City. Yet these poor souls have been tasked with covering up the real agenda, which seems to be expanding the Atlanta Police's ability to perpetrate urban warfare, police brutality, and even murder.
Time has expired.
Stop Cop City.
Thank you. Next will be London Grimes. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Lyndon Grimes, and I am here with my 4 siblings, Liana, Danny, Delilah, and Delaney. We are here to support the mayor. Liana says we love you. Danny says we're thankful for you. Delilah says stay in prayer, and Delaney says stay strong. And I say to you, Mayor Dickens, you have had the backs of the youth, and we got your back. We love you, we thank you. Stay in prayer, and be strong. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Darshan Margaram. I apologize. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I am Dayshawn Marjoram. I appreciate the arguments for and the arguments against the Public Safety Training Center. But let me be clear, I am for it. I ask the council to vote with your consensus and with the community's long-term interest. I appreciate the mayor and declaring the 2023 year for the youth. He, our mayor, has come under ruthless and privileged attacks, but I am not here to defend him. His records of service speak for itself. And with the community behind him,
could you hold just a second, please?
cover.
Hold just a second. We have a lot of speakers today. Let's let everybody have their speech and move on.
Appreciate it. He can cover the ground he walks on. I am here to thank the mayor for giving a voice to those without access to power or money and giving love and care to those who can't vote, even for our youth. I thank him for his comprehensive approach to public safety with emphasis on prevention and unprecedented investments in our youth. Thank you for our reading program. Thank you for midnight basketball. Thank you for hiring 3,000 Atlanta youth at $15 an hour. Thank you for helping to raise $20 million for early education, and thank you for helping 700 mentors to help guide our youth. Mayor Dickens, your roots, cause, and approach does not go unnoticed, and we are unappreciative to the city, and we're here to say we thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Marjorie Giles. Marjorie
That person
Giles.
was allowed up on the elevator when the handicapped were locked out.
You'll have up to 4 minutes.
So was the other cop.
Good afternoon. I am Marjorie Giles of the Georgia Federation of Public Service Employees. I'm here today to urge you to budget at least 10% pay raise for the city's general employees. The police officers have gotten 40% over the last 4 years. We believe it is now time to recognize the rest of our city's workforce. We do not support any one dime of the HR Commissioner's salary survey recommendations. Too much analysis makes for paralysis. The HR staff should be able to conduct a salary survey. That is a basic function of HR. Why should we pay a consultant to do their job? A consultant would just look at the city's watch and then charge the taxpayers to tell you what time it is. If Ms. Tarlisha Smith is unable or unwilling to conduct the study, my organization will do it for free. At a recent council meeting, I heard the Secretary-Treasurer of ASHME say the HR commissioners was not serving the city, its employees, or the mayor well. We agree, she's too divisive and adversarial. We urge the council to give her no funding for her salary survey recommendations. Now, let me just speak briefly on this Cop City controversy. To be clear, we do support a training center, and we definitely support Mayor Dickens. We will not allow the privileged or outsiders to throw rocks and hide their hands, nor will we play plantation politics. No sooner than I said that at the last council meeting I attended, did some lady stroll up to this podium with a shirt depicting Mayor Dickens as a red-nosed, Afro-wearing clown. This type of buffoonery has no place in public discourse. I have been black all my life. I have a black father, uncles, brothers that was murdered. I have 2 black sons. I know firsthand the pain caused by law enforcement. This is not just a talking point for me, nor is it an issue to be used by environmentalists to leverage their campaign. Let's be clear, this fight is about trees for the privileged. The city knocked down a whole bunch of trees to gentrify the Beltline. Not one peep or one single protest was arisen. I resent those that use the pain and struggle of black people to advance their cause. These strategic alliances and the racist attacks on our mayor will not stand. You cannot sling mud without dirtying your own hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Alan Lee. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Lewis.
And Mr. President, I'm happy that Mr. Bond is here because he understands. He's been studying these rules his entire life. And I want to second whatever motion he's about to make to help us fix this rule thing.
Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. And I apologize that I was a wee bit tardy. But I'd like to make a motion to go in committee of the whole to hear from the public that's on the issue of the training center.
Second. There's a motion to move into committee of the whole by Councilmember Bond, seconded by Councilmember Lewis. Is there any discussion on the motion to move into committee of the whole? Councilmember Juan.
So how does that work? So we go into committee of the whole, it's like a committee meeting, and we go into unlimited time per speaker. Is that the intent? I mean, I just want to understand before we go in that direction.
Councilmember Bond.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Juan. Going into committee of the whole, I would be open to a friendly amendment for a certain period of time for those who have not yet signed up to speak. I sent a text to the group earlier today suggesting that we, at a minimum, allow those who are in line when who are in line to sign up be allowed to speak in much the same way as people who are in line to vote when the polls close at 7 o'clock are also allowed to participate and use their franchise. So I would be open to a friendly amendment for that or some similar suggestion. but I've just walked through the atrium. I'm glad that I was delayed because I see the citizenry here that is here to petition their government, and they, regardless of whatever side of the issue that you find yourself on, I believe it is our greater obligation to hear from the public, even if we might not necessarily agree with what the public has to say. And I'm sorry, what? I've gotten a suggestion to allow the sign-up to continue until 2:30 so that people can sign on. Or we're going to committee of the whole, so they have to be able to, they'd have to be able to sign up, yeah, up until 2:30 while we're in committee of the whole. Because what time is it now exactly?
1:42.
1:42, so that's almost, it's almost an exact hour. Almost. So yeah, I'd accept that as a friendly amendment.
Councilmember Lewis.
And once again, I appreciate Mr. Bond for coming. I think part of what we do on this dais is we're going to have folks with different experiences. And I think his experience today and that text that he sent to say, hey, y'all, there's a way we can actually work on this. And so I appreciate you for making this motion. I'm happy to be a second because we want to hear what the people got to say, whether you, what we've been here, I think 5 people have spoken. We've heard 3, 4, and 2 against currently, or the opposite, 3 against and 2 for right now if you're keeping count. And so I want to make sure everybody can talk before we leave here. And so that's why I'm happy he came, and his mastery of Robert's Rules of Order that he's been studying his entire life are on display today. Thank you.
Councilmember Juan.
Councilmember Bond, may I make a suggestion that perhaps rather than doing it where it's kind of perceived as an extension of the public comment, that we do it as right after public comment ends, we go into the committee of the whole and accept a certain number of additional speakers, subject to the same. Let me finish. We're going to get to the same point. I'm just trying to get it as a procedural way. But we extend it. We go into committee of the whole immediately following public comment. We say that there's a certain number, that we would have estimated would have been able to miss the sign up, subject to the same 2-minute rule, and that they can hand off and whatever. So you're accomplishing the same thing, but it's not simply acknowledging that it's an extension of public comment. Does that make sense? I'm asking the council member. He understands.
Actually, it does make sense.
Thank you.
We'll exhaust the existing list that we have. People who are outside can continue to sign up and then we will go into committee of the whole to hear from the second group as soon as we've exhausted the first list.
Right, but I would say rather than a certain set of time, I would say a number, and I defer to you in terms of what you think an extra hour sign up would have been, but do it that way so that it's legally defensible.
Well, how many people are signed up presently? So how long? 350 are already signed up?
Correct.
Oh, wow.
Councilmember Bond, roughly 357, give or take. There are a few markouts, but 350.
How much more time do we think we need? Is it that hours? Or?
I like the voting room you put in. We'll be here all night. That voting.
Well, okay.
I'll make a suggestion.
All right.
Councilmember Lewis, you don't have the floor. Councilmember Boone, Councilmember Bond has the floor.
Lewis has given me a suggestion that whoever has signed up by the time that we have finished the original list of public comment, who is on the new list, we will then go and committee of the whole and hear from those. And I accept that as a friendly amendment.
Councilmember Boone.
Yes, Mr. President, I have one statement. We should have been prepared to accept the people today. Again, we should have been prepared to accept the folks today.
Councilmember Lewis.
And same thing, President. That when we talk about, I know I just spoke out of turn right then. You made sure you checked me when I spoke out of turn. I want to make sure that we respect everybody else here today. Make sure we say the same thing to somebody else whenever they speak out of turn as well, because that's the first time I've heard you do that.
Equity. So, Councilmember Bond, where are we? I knew you made a friendly amendment, but where are we with your motion?
I believe we're prepared to vote if no one else has a comment.
But just so I'm clear, if you move into committee of the whole now,
No, the motion, I accepted Councilmember Wan's premise that we will enter the
Then
committee of the whole after we exhaust the present list. And then in the committee of the whole, we will hear from the people who have signed up during that interim.
so might I suggest that you remove the motion now and wait to make it until we've exhausted the list?
No,
That
I
way
think
we're-
we ought to go ahead and vote because we're before the public. You know, the motion's on the table, and it's already been properly seconded. I think we need to carry the vote.
So just so that I'm clear, the motion would be to move into committee of the whole, but to continue with the list as we have it.
No, we would continue with the list that we have in hand. We will enter committee of the whole at the conclusion of that list.
Right.
And then there should be a list put back out there to allow people to sign up so that we can hear from those once the list is exhausted.
So might I suggest that you actually make a motion to amend the agenda for that purpose? Because that in essence maintains the integrity of the flow of the meeting. So move to amend the agenda to move into committee of the whole immediately following public comment. It will get to the same end, but it's a better procedure.
That's appropriate.
So there's a motion to amend the agenda to move into public comment, to move into committee of the whole following public comment. Is there a second to the motion to amend the agenda?
Mr. Lewis was my second.
Ms. Waits was your second. Seconded by Councilmember Waits. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend the agenda? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend the agenda.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote? The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 1 nay.
12 yeas, 1 nay, the motion carries. So just for the public's explanation, we will move through the entire list as we have it for public comment, and then the agenda now reads that we'll move into committee of the whole with the intent to hear additional public comment before moving through the rest of the agenda. So we'll go back to where we were. Alan Lee, you will have up to 10 minutes due to yielded time.
Well, good afternoon, President and members of the council. And I'm probably going to take my full 10 minutes, and I'm going to ask that you tolerate me because I'm moving off of my prepared remarks, and I'm going to go a little impromptu, and I'm going to go off some notes that I wrote while in the hallway and even while sitting in this council chamber. Today, I had originally come to speak against the name of Tarlisha Smith, the HR Commissioner for the City of Atlanta. She has not been here very long, but she has caused great harm and hurt to labor relations. And she's on the verge of undermining relationships that the mayor has spent greater than a decade building. But in light of the discussion today, I'm going to table those remarks for another council meeting. But as sure as the sun will rise tomorrow, I will be back to share my concerns as it relates to the duplicity of the HR director. It is important that you have this debate. It's important, and I hear you talking about extended time for the debate. so that everybody can have an opportunity to be heard. But I say to you and to this audience that you got to listen to people that not just think like you, but people that may disagree with you. It's fake democracy when we cry for everybody to be heard, so long as they share my thoughts, so long as they share my values. They say if we all think alike, we don't think much. So I want to be respectful of those that may disagree with me, particularly as I heard the little young kids up here. Some of the negative and mean-spirited remarks for so-called adults. The kids is more afraid of some of the folks here than they are of Cop City. And you damn right kids should speak. We should encourage our kids to be engaged in democracy. This is Civics 101. We should not use nobody as a prop. We should not use nobody as a prop. We shouldn't call things multiracial unless they're multiracial. We should not say this is about public safety if it's about trees. And I rock and roll with the environment. I really do. That's a great cause. But let's not use the hurt and the harm and the pain of people to advance our cause. I want it to be multiracial. I want it to be black, white, and brown. I want it to be abolitionists, environmentalists, gay, straight, and everything in between. But just because we say it don't mean it's so. So let me say this, and I want to include the immigrants. I want to include everybody. But inclusion is real inclusion. Because I'm with you when you say, Viva Tortuguita. And I mean that with sincerity. I'm with you when you say we got real questions about a man being shot 57 times. I'm with you when you say he was shot in the hands which indicate his hands was up. I'm with you when you say we need outside investigation because the police can't investigate themselves. I'm with you when you say Governor Kemp is full of shit with his talking points. But let me be clear. We can't land together if we can't talk together. Let me say to the folks behind me, please allow me to speak. I promise not to interrupt you. Please allow me to speak. Well, please allow me to speak.
Wait a second.
Please allow me to speak.
Wait a second.
Allow me to speak, and I won't interrupt you.
Audience members, my job, please wait 1 minute. Wait 1 minute. My job is to control the chamber.
Please.
Let me do my job. Let me do my job and let everybody speak their piece today. Let me do my job. Please continue.
Thank you. And I'm going to watch my tone. But let me say this. I cover the ground I walk on. I ain't worried about nothing or nobody. So let me clear that. And I'm going to ask that I get more time because I'm not engaged in the debate. I'm trying to address the council. And I'm going to say what I'm going to say. But I'm going to ask for more time because I keep getting interrupted. So let me...
Would everybody, excuse me, hold on just a second. Guys, we have, stop just a second. Stop just a second. Can I speak now, please? There's only one person who's going to run the chamber today, and that's me. We're going to move through this. We got 357 people. And my first priority is that number 357 gets to speak, just like number 1 or number 10, no matter what they say. I would hope that you would have the same respect. You all have come down here, respect each other's time as much as you respect yourself. I would implore every speaker, no cursing. We have children in the chamber. We have children watching online. Now let's work together and move through so that everyone can say their piece without commentary. Please proceed.
Well, thank you. And I do amend my remarks to call it bull manure. But let me say that in the spirit, because I've spent a lifetime engaging in civil disobedience. I spent a lifetime engaging in protest. I spent a lifetime advocating for those who don't have a voice, long before it became popular, long before it was funded. I've marched on the homes of some of Atlanta's most prominent elected officials. I've marched on city halls and had locks put on doors. So I'm all about protest and dissent. I'm reminded that Martin Luther King protested and engaged in dissent. Right here in Decatur, Georgia, I think he was sentenced, had no bail. Right here in Decatur, Georgia, sentenced to hard labor, arrested some 29 times. And that was wrong then, and it's wrong now. So I want to encourage the council to use your bully pulpit to say to the prosecutors that those people being held are not terrorists and they need bail to be set. That's no double talk. I am who I am. And I also say, without fear of contradiction, that those people who had their homes raided and charged with financial crimes, that was unwise, unprovoked, and foolish, and they need to have the charges dropped. And that's just straight talk. So outraged am I that I will be making a $500 contribution to the Solidarity Fund. But as I say, Viva Tortuguita, I'm going to challenge people to say Viva Breasia Pow. Breathe all the people who have been locked out and left behind. I don't see this type of energy, and that's why I say it's duplicity. And I don't mind forming strategic alliances. It's what I do. That's who I am. But I don't form fake alliances where somebody's always the teacher and I'm always the student. Somebody's always the landlord and I'm always the tenant. Somebody's always the pimp and I'm the prostitute. That's not alliances. So if we want to talk about real alliances, we ought to be talking about how we build bridges together. And if we want to defend trees, let's defend them. That's a fight worth having. But let's not convolute public safety and then try to make it somehow about trees. Because I tell you, I really do believe the training centers probably should have been built in Buckhead. But the reality is, no matter where you build it, Buckhead ain't gonna have it. Buckhead won't even allow you to build a bus depot to pick up the 16% white kids there. But I don't see the outrage from people that tell me they my ally. I don't see the outrage. I see selective outrage. And that's what outrage be. I see the selective outrage. I see people talking about we down with the unions. Selectively down with the unions. So I want people to hear me, not with their ears. Hear me with their hearts. Don't hear me as a gay person or a straight person. Hear me just as a person. How would you feel if people came to you during their time of crisis and talked about we need allies and we need to do this together? It would come off as fake and phony. How would you feel if people attacked your mayor? And let me be clear, Mayor Dickens is my mayor. And when he's right, we're going to keep him right. And when he's wrong, we're going to help him find right. But you can't just come in here banging on and bashing a man who's all his life have tried to give voice for the least of thee. And then you try and flip the script and call him a sellout. Say you disagree with his policy. Flip the script and call him an Uncle Tom. Just say you disagree with his policy. Flip the script and call this multiracial. This is not multiracial. This is a room full of white folks with a handful of black folk pretending to speak for the black community. So as you listen, council, I want you to listen as you talk about democracy. Listen to the people that's at the barbershops. Listen to the people that's in your districts. Don't listen to the people that's here. Listen to them too. I thank you for the opportunity to be heard, and I say together we can do it, but these fake alliances will never work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Gary Spencer. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Point of information, can we increase the volume a little? Even when we're quiet, I can't quite hear the counselors in the
Sure.
public.
Can we increase the volume in here? Yeah. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
I've been told I should have at least 4 extra minutes presidentship.
I'm doing my best to get through all the pages to mark time. Let me look quickly. There's one. You are correct. You have 6 minutes.
Thank you. To the members of the Atlanta City Council, my name is Gary Spencer. I serve as senior counsel to the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, and I'm a resident of District 12, where my council person is the Honorable Antonio Lewis. On behalf of the LDF, I urge the City Council to reject funding for the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center, also known as Cop City. To be certain, what you are voting on today is a military facility. The proposed compound would make a mock city for training in urban warfare tactics, as well as burn buildings and shooting ranges. The policing promoted by this facility will not make Atlanta safer. In fact, it will put our communities, particularly our black and brown communities, in significant danger. Research shows that as police forces in the United States become more militarized, they become more violent. This is not only because of greater access to high-powered weapons and war zone training, but it is also because militarization instills a culture that permits and even encourages a greater use of force. It leads officers to develop an us versus them mentality that can lead them to view community members as the enemy. As this culture grows, police increasingly use the military tactics to deal with low-level offenses. SWAT teams become relied upon to execute routine search warrants. A 2018 report by the National Academy of Sciences found that militarized police deployments have little to no effect on crime or officer safety. They do, however, have severe and deadly consequences for our citizens, especially black people. Those of us who were around recall that this sort of raid led to the killing of 92-year-old Katherine Johnston by Atlanta police in 2006, after officers obtained a search warrant based on false information, raided her home, shot at her 39 times, hitting her 5 times. In 2008 in Lima, Ohio, an entire SWAT team was sent to execute a simple arrest warrant for a man suspected of selling drugs. They broke down the door, quickly fired shots, and killed an innocent bystander, Tarika Wilson, as she held her 14-month child in her arms. In 2011, after police in Framingham, Massachusetts conducted an undercover drug purchase, they sent an entire SWAT team to the home of the suspect's father-in-law. The suspect was arrested outside the home, but the SWAT team decided to raid the house anyway. They battered the door, deployed flash grenades, and fatally shot Yuri Stamps, a 68-year-old man who was sitting in his living room watching a basketball game. In 2010, a Detroit SWAT team threw a flashbang grenade into the home that was not even the target of the search. An officer entered and within seconds fatally shot 7-year-old Ayanna Stanley Jones. These are the policing tactics that you are voting on today. It may come as no surprise to you that all the victims I mentioned are black. Militarized police are disproportionately deployed in black communities. People of color are subjected to military-style drug raids at an overwhelmingly disproportionate rate. SWAT teams are also more likely to be sent to execute a search warrant if the target is black. In 2014, the American Civil Liberties Union analyzed 16 jurisdictions and in every one they found that black people were more likely to be impacted by a SWAT raid than white people, often by a large margin. So today's vote is not simply about constructing a facility. It is about perpetuating militarized policing that will endanger the lives of our residents, our visitors, and put the black people and the brown people in Atlanta at a heightened risk of police violence. It is telling that such a facility is proposed on this particular site, where the Muskogee people were forcibly driven from their homes, where black people were enslaved and forced to labor on a plantation, and where a prison labor camp operated for most of the 20th century. This location has a solemn history of state-sponsored violence against black and Native people, and that legacy must be remembered and ended. Building this facility will not commemorate that history, but will perpetuate it. LDF urges the council to vote no on funding this militarized police training facility, and instead make investments that are necessary to create true public safety. Invest in affordable housing. Invest in affordable health care, including mental health care. Invest in economic security and healthy environments and the quality of education for the children who live here. Invest in these services and in a solution that will make Atlanta safe for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
And I want to say thank you for coming down from District 12. You and I were in the gym this morning together, and you told me you were going to come down. I also want to say that I agree with so many of your points, except the militarization part. I think that the police in the city of Atlanta, Oscar Kane's my real friend. He talked about training. He talked about putting cameras on police officers. He fought for that. The state of Georgia and President, I know we said it earlier. I said, can you please make sure that you take care of me?
Please proceed. Go ahead. Let Councilmember speak.
Thank you. And so I would say that my vote easy on this. Easy vote because of the funding of it. Easy vote. But I will say that the current police training facility is next door to a school in District 12, next door to an elementary school in District 12. And it's the former school that my grandma went to. And so imagine if, this the black community, right? So imagine how bad that school looked. You know what I'm saying? It would look bad when my grandma went there compared to the other schools. So just know that. So it's an easy vote for me, but I'll let you know that they've been militarizing the police in District 12 for 30 years. That won't happen. I haven't seen that. The mayor we got drew a circle around that and moved that out the police training, public safety training facility. And so, once again, President, I think we're gonna be calm to death, but we firm too. And so, we got to use the police officers. If people gonna keep talking over folks in here, we're gonna have to do what we got to do.
Let's keep moving forward. Everybody, let the councilman wrap up.
I appreciate you.
Next is James Davenport. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Mr. Shipman, would you check that time for me, please? I should have some yielded time.
Let me double check, Mr. Davenport.
I'm almost certain I have 46 minutes, not to mention 10.
I'm still working through the back sheets, so just give me 1 moment. No, not today, just 2 minutes.
Wow, that is so interesting. Well, I'll be brief. First, giving honor to God, who I oftentimes call my conductor. I don't have a PhD, but I do have a GOD. I am James Davenport, president and founder of the Hitmore and Help Foundation. Watch my words. If the shoe fits, wear it. To every black person on this panel, I saw you all turn around and say the Pledge of Allegiance. The biggest lie in this country is the last line, with liberty and justice for all. You all got to be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed of yourself. I beg you all to provide free lift services for senior citizens. We get people killed every day. If the shoe fits, wear it. Councilman Amos, I'm ashamed to say I went to the same high school that you went to. The first black high school in Atlanta, Booker T. Washington High School. Every time I call you, I don't get an answer. Abel Mabel Thomas asked me to help you in your campaign. When I called to ask you, you never returned my call. To every black people up there, you all should be ashamed of yourself. If the shoe fits, wear it. My grandmama used to say it all the time. If the shoe fits, wear it. I called you all liars the other day. If the shoe fits, wear it. Mr. Faroki, I called you a liar the other day. If the shoe fits, wear it. You remember telling me on the elevator? Yes, you do. You remember telling me on the elevator. I know you do. We rode together. You promised me what you would look into. I stand with Kiana Jones, Reverend Kiana Jones, against this cop city. I do not bow my tongue for anybody. If the shoe fits, wear it. You all should be ashamed.
Time's
if the
expired.
shoe fits, wear it. You should be ashamed.
Time's expired.
No way under God's earth
Time's expired,
that you
Mr.
all can
Davenport.
tell
We have to
me
move
that
along.
police brutality
Thank you,
does
Mr.
not
Davenport.
exist in
Time
the
is
city of
expired.
Atlanta. I
Your
still
time's
have
expired.
a torn rotator cuff,
Thank you, Mr.
and I
Davenport.
told you
Your
all
time's
about
expired.
it, okay?
Thank you.
Lawsuits coming, but
You've
if the
had
shoe
your 2
fits,
minutes, Mr.
wear it.
Davenport. Thank you so much. Mr. Amos.
Yes, sir, very quickly. Brother Davenport, I apologize, but I don't have a record of a call or a text or a message from you. Sir, I'm not, thank you for your support, but if you want to get together now so I can make sure you have the right number, I'm more than happy to give it to you, but I just don't have a record of you calling me, and I apologize for missing your calls if that's what have happened.
That's a politician's answer.
Thank you.
In my phone,
Thank you, Mr. Davenport.
and I've called you many of times.
Mr. Davenport, you can take that conversation with Mr. Amos offline. Next up is Jacqueline Eccles. You'll have up to 6 minutes due to yielded time.
Council members, my name is Jacqueline Eccles, and I'm board president of South River Watershed Alliance, a position that I've held for 12 years, but for longer than 25 years. The organization has worked to improve the community and the environment along the South River and its tributaries in the city of Atlanta, particularly the city of Atlanta and DeKalb County, particularly South DeKalb County. The proposed police training facility is racist to its core because it targets black communities. The decision discriminates the decision to build the police facility there, discriminates against the affected communities in policymaking, in the enforcement of regulations and laws, and targeting communities of color for the siting of toxic and polluting industries, resulting in disproportionate harm. These documented violations check all 3 environmental racism boxes. South River Watershed Alliance's message to the mayor and the city council is simple and undisputed. Stop the racism. In urban areas, people do not exist separately from their environment. The two are inextricably linked. As the environment goes, so goes the community. It's physical and mental health, it's environmental health, it's quality of life, and general well-being. Urban areas are where most black people and other people of color in this country live. It is the responsibility of local government to ensure equity and fairness in decision-making for its most vulnerable and marginalized citizens and communities. That's your responsibility. Local governments invest in communities primarily through parks and green space because these amenities contribute to health and wellness, general quality of life, and increased property value, the primary source of wealth for most people, especially Black people. It does not take a 171-acre police facility, and yes, it's a 171-acre, not the 85 acres as reported ad nauseum via local news. Check the land disturbance permit approved by DeKalb County, and then you'll know for sure. A facility now projected to cost $67 million at last count in taxpayer dollars to train, per Mayor Dickens, a total of 2,000 police, EMS, and firefighters. The cost-benefit math just doesn't work and makes no sense, especially when you are talking about irrevocably disrupting the lives and financial well-being of countless thousands of marginalized citizens. The 1965 Voting Rights Act was important for a number of reasons. Most importantly, because it gave Black people the opportunity to vote for an elected and elect representatives who looked like them, who have traveled the same road and fought the same fight. That's you, Atlanta City Council and Mayor Dickens. If you can't be depended upon to do the right thing by the Black community, who can the Black community depend on? Discrimination that affects one Black community affects all Black communities because we are all in the same fight. The legislation before you will exacerbate the tax burden inequity in this city that falls upon the marginalized and poor. The increase in taxes for this facility, the increase in the taxes for this facility will force many of its vulnerable citizens out of the city. Last I checked, there is no money in the proposed legislation to replace green space that has been stripped away. Send the funding legislation for this police training facility before you today back to Finance and CDHR committees for a fair and equitable review and decision. I will end this statement like I began. Stop the racism. Thank you.
Thank you. Next group, John Salveson, Devin Franklin, Joya Thornton, Shannon Gagero, Raquel Thomas, Chase Oliver, Zola Eichler.
Thank you.
John Salveson, you have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name's John Salveson. I'm the Republican candidate for the 4th Congressional District for 2024. I'm 110% against Cop City for the following reasons. Number one, it's militarization of the police department. And I talked to the top lobbyist, and he said, nah, it's what all the protesters and hippies all say. And I say, well, how come you're requesting funding for a helipad for a Black Hawk helicopter? The money, which is now at $71 million, I think could go to better things for the officers. From what I understand, their laptops are abysmal. The keys fall off of them. They have to borrow each other's laptops. They have to switch around on cars. They're not allowed to bring their cars home. And their pension fund is ridiculous, 1% for anybody who cares, 1%. You guys deserve better, and this money that's being wasted for Cop City could go towards these things that we really need for the police department. I'm totally against it. I will say that if I get elected in the 4th, we got plenty of land out there. We'll find a way to give away some land or whatever and cooperate with you to have training facilities, not to get AK-47s against, our own citizens, but maybe to train them for situations like mental illness, where somebody's mentally ill, instead of shoot first and ask questions later. I thank you all for what you do for our community. I really do. Some of you have been in this for a long time, and I recognize a lot of you. I thank you for your time. No to Cop City, plain and simple.
Thank you. And next will be Devin Franklin. You'll have up to 10 minutes due to yielded time.
By definition, a red herring is a piece of information that is intended or actually misleading or distracting. Today, I posit to you that actions by state actors, too, can be red herrings. That being said, if only for a moment, I'm going to take the bait. As I'd be remiss if I did not talk to you all about the shameful and performative raid on Atlanta Solidarity Fund. That's not what I wanted to talk to y'all about today, but I got to. Marlon Kautz, Adele McLean, Savannah Patterson. We live in a world where the Atlanta Police Foundation openly advertises on its website that you all are only giving $30 million to a project that we now know you're giving $67 to. And they tell people that in their efforts to raise what's supposed to be their $60 million. I find it really inconsistent that the Solidarity Fund is the one being charged with charitable fraud. And not the Atlanta Police Foundation. It's laughable, honestly, that the actions pursued by this body to construct this facility, the tone of everything around that is what has created a place where people engaged in constitutionally protected acts of First Amendment rights, agencies that look to make sure those persons have representation and that they're able to make bond are targeted. You all may not have signed the warrant. You all may not have given a direction. But those of you who have proposed and supported this project are complicit in the harms that have been effectuated, not just upon Sol Fund, but upon all these organizers. The images that we saw of the 10 Atlanta Police Department Special Enforcement Section officers, suited in SWAT gear, carrying rifles, shutting down a residential street on a morning, that image is what we feel. The image of militarized forces being used to effectuate arrests for bookkeeping errors. It is comical and it is laughable. That normalization of those tactics by law enforcement officers is what we fear, and this body's collective pursuit of Cop City against the documented and well-established will of the people is not something we can live idly by and accept. Many of you decry the consequences of this movement. The liberal use of domestic terrorism charges against protesters. Many of you are against that and have said so. The killing of Tortuguita, many of you are against that. The arresting of bail organizers, many of you are against that. But I need for you to see the thread that connects the actions that you undertake and the harms that they cause. We know that the tactic was meant to distract from the momentum that had been building with this movement, right? There had been seven hours of public comment a few weeks ago, right? And 100 people couldn't testify, right? There had been the news that, oh, this is actually a great deal more money than what it actually had been told to people. And momentum was swinging the other way. So we know what the effort was when Sol Farm was raided. But look at us. We don't scare. Struggle is ordained by God, and we are engaged in a beautiful struggle. So now that I said that part and acknowledged that, I'm going to get to what I actually came here to say. Not like this. You all are going to do what you're going to do. but I ask you not to do it like this. The media has created a narrative of peaceful movement, appropriate movement, and how to protest. And largely, people have done that and have tried to do that. But I can't help but wonder if you want peaceful movement, not because you actually believe in the proponents of it, the philosophy of it, I wonder if you only care for peaceful movement because it is easier to ignore. If you are going to ask for the citizenry to participate in government in a certain way, you need to do so yourselves. Don't just let us be heard. Hear us. Engage with us. It's been said by so many people that the mayor likes to draw circles. I see it. I can see the circles that he draws and how small they are, right? I posit to you all that as opposed to actual circles, he's drawing lines. And I show you that because look at who's here today in large numbers. Look who is not here today in large numbers. There are people who don't have to come to public comment to be heard because they can go to the mayor's office and be responsive. When I say not to do it like this, don't ignore the people or the processes or your own hesitations. I know that a number of you have an issue with the way that the process went down, how you all were told that this was going to happen and then asked for your votes. I know so many of you don't like the things that come with it. We talked about the domestic terrorism charges and things already. I'm asking you to do your job and engage in good governance. We can argue over policy. I have issues with police, but that's because I had a gun put to my head when I was 14 years old by an Atlanta police officer. Thus, that's my issue, right? There's a difference in us disagreeing about policy and you all going forward with bad legislation. And this ain't the first time I had to come and talk to y'all about bad legislation. I know that some of you all have great regret behind the AC/DC lease. And I will remind you, that was a lease that was designed to get men off the floor at Fulton County Jail. And we were told that they would move men at a pace of 100 a month. And those movements began in November? Bed bugs. Bed bugs. As of this morning, it's just 158 men in AC/DC. There's still hundreds of men on the jail floor at Rice Street. And it's not because you all just made a bad policy decision, it's because you made bad legislation. Myself and others at Southern Center conducted like an hour-long conversation with you all from this very podium and told you the portions of that legislation that would not work. And I'll be damned. I'll be damned if we weren't right. And I don't come here to brag about that or boast about that, but I'm here to tell you, if I've told you that before, I'm telling you it again. There is something flawed in the sauce. The eggs are rotten and you're still trying to make an omelet. You all have done a great job in certain areas of exercising transparency. The MARTA situation is one of those things. But true transparency is not selective. If we're going to be transparent, damn it, let's be transparent everywhere. What is up with the money? We've heard that the cost of it is $67 million, but I would argue that the cost is greater. Because understand that the land that we're talking about was gifted away to APF for $10. I wish I could buy 380 acres of land for $10 a year. And then you are paying the lease to buy your own land back. That is crazy. They took out a loan and you're paying for it. You're borrowing money from your general fund that you don't have because the legislation also states that you've authorized the CFO to take out a $30 million bond to pay for it. You're robbing from Peter to pay the police. There is so much good that money could do, but only if you actually do something with it. I ask you again to consider actually investing and funding the Office of Violence Prevention. You want to prevent violence, but we ain't doing it. You have a staff of one, okay? And I don't often come to this podium to criticize comments by other people, even though I disagree with them. And I forget my brother's name who spoke earlier and was all over the place. I wish he was here because I'd hate to talk about folks when they're not in my face. But if you don't understand the topic, don't speak on it. Environmental racism is a literal thing, and it's not hard to read about. I want you all to understand that your souls are for sale. I don't know how many pieces of silver it costs for Andre to do his business in the way that he does. But I ask that you say that the compensation required for your soul is the voice of the people.
Time's expired.
Pay for it.
Thank you. Next will be Joya Thornton. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to make sure everybody is up. Before I start, I'm Joya Thornton, National Policy Strategist at the Southern Center for Human Rights. I want to make a procedural note that they are not allowing folks to sign up outside. So we definitely need to make that note and stop Cop City.
Thank you. Next will be Shannon Gagero. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
I should have 6.
Per the rules of code, there's not going to be a sign up. Whoever is here, when we get to the committee of the whole on the agenda, will be allowed to speak per 2 minutes. That's the way committee of the whole is going to work. So let me look to that. Unfortunately, that's the way the code reads.
But that wasn't the motion.
The motion can't overrule the code. We went through that earlier. Let me look real quick.
They're not being allowed in the building. It's, again, disability access, all the access.
I don't have control over the building. That's the fire marshal's call. That's a public safety issue. I have no control over who's allowed in the building.
I will say that the firefighters are eyeballing it.
Only if when somebody comes in for me, like I'll leave, I've said my piece, but somebody ought to be able to come in when I leave. I'll pray. You can make that happen, sir. I will leave.
I don't see any yielded time. I'm sorry.
There should be 2 other people signed
I don't
up.
see any yielded time for you. I'm sorry. It's up to 2 minutes.
All right, I'm going to speak then from my heart. My name is Shannon Coffrin-Gagero. I came here today to actually hold the mayor and this body accountable for the absolutely awful way that y'all are politicizing the death of my friend Amy St. Pierre. Dickens is using her death in an attempt to drum up support for this deeply unpopular project. And when he wrote his op-ed, he exploited Amy while simultaneously erasing her. Her name is not mentioned once in his piece. And Matt Westmoreland, I saw you like it, resharing it. I see people up here that liked it and reshared that. Unacceptable, unforgivable. The same day, the AJC released another op-ed written by Bill Torpy, disparaging and dismissing the hundreds of us who participated in 8 hours of historic public comment. He's accused us of being everything from vagabond out-of-towners, I'm from Atlanta, privileged transient warriors, and Twitterverse activists. Y'all liked that too.
Ms. Gagero, I'm sorry. You have 4 minutes. I found that
once.
one.
Wonderful.
Apologize.
Okay, so our community, my community, is already reeling and grieving from the loss of my beloved friend. There is a compounding hurt of having to bear witness to her death being used to support Mayor Dickens' regressive vision of public safety, a vision Amy did not share. So I submitted a version of this op-ed to the AJC, and guess what, y'all? They wouldn't publish it. Who published it was the Atlanta Community Press Collective. I want to give shout-outs and all love to the independent journalists that are here today and that have been representing the people when the Atlanta way is silencing our voices. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about Amy. I met her through Resource Generation, which is a community of young people with wealth and or class privilege. And we went on to realize we were neighbors, our kids were going to go to the same public school, that our parents even lived across the street from one another. and that made us fast friends. But what ultimately bound us together was our deep commitment to creating a better world for our children. She joined me as a member of Solidaire, which is a community of individuals with access to wealth who organize for movements for social justice. She was one of the most politically rigorous, gigantic-hearted humans I ever got the privilege to learn from, and that is why in the wake of her devastating loss, I feel compelled to speak out and correct this terrible narrative that y'all are pushing out about her. At the press conference, y'all talked about Mayor Dickens and the Cobb County Police Chief painted the picture that it was officers who were the heroes of the day. Dickens' distasteful op-ed was published 2 weeks after her death. And it was following unprecedented public outcry against this facility. It's not far-fetched to assume he doesn't mention her by name because she was known to oppose Cop City. Artwork by her first grader, which reads Stop Cop City, decorates my office. We went to the rallies together. Rather than thoughts and prayers, or worse yet, increased funding for policing, you want to know what Amy would want? Amy would call for investment in things that actually create public safety. Housing, education, healthcare, and social services. She dedicated her life to the study of what actually keeps people safe. She would say, send that now $67 million to policing alternatives and just diversions instead. Her life work was dedicated to public health. And sadly, it was easier for Dion Patterson, the man who tragically took her life, to get a gun than proper, adequate mental health care. If the mayor truly wants to honor Amy St. Pierre, which I know he does not, he will stop using her death as an excuse for increased policing and surveillance. But I don't expect the mayor to listen, and I clearly don't expect y'all to listen. So I'm here to talk to the people and ask you to join me as community members in advancing Amy's vision of a safer, more just society by advocating for common sense gun laws and investments in housing, education, healthcare, and social services. Together we can honor Amy's legacy and achieve her vision of public safety together. And I wish my council member, who will not ever return my emails or phone calls, Alex Swan, I wish he was here. I'm using every piece of social capital I have. He knows my auntie. He knows people in my family. We have supported him. He is missing in action. And yes, I have now burned a social bridge between me and my other council member, Matt Westmoreland, because I am done with the niceties. I do not need your cell phone number. I need y'all to listen. And the people in my community, Matt, are saying stop Cop City. And so your seat, honey, is not safe.
Thank you. Next will be Raquel Thomas. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
So, hi everyone. Great to see you. Great to see your eyes now that you're not looking on your phones while we're all trying to petition you. My representative or council person is Marcy Overstreet, so it's nice to see you in the flesh. So I'm here representing myself, but also in solidarity of the Muskogee Creek people, y también para las personas que hablan español que pueden no ser capaces de hablar hoy, and also for the people that speak Spanish who might not have the capacity to speak for themselves today. In 1847, Atlanta was officially incorporated as a city. In 1868, Atlanta replaced Milledgeville as the capital of Georgia. Milledgeville also has kind of yucky history of prison labor and incarceration, but now since 1867, Atlanta is the capital of the city. 106 years after that, in 1974, we elected our first African-American mayor, Maynard Jackson. But 179 years since Atlanta's incorporation, we are still fighting for our basic human and constitutional rights. We must stop ecocide. If y'all tear down the forest in order to build this facility, it's going to destroy our watershed. We need water to drink and to live. most of what composes our body. I thought that I had 4 minutes because someone wanted to share time with me, but I'm just here to call out what Bell Hooks describes as imperialist, white supremacist heteropatriarchy, and hopefully y'all can join together and help the people rather than your own self-interest. Thank you, and ashe.
Thank you. Next will be Chase Oliver. You'll have up to 8 minutes due to yielded time.
My name is Chase Oliver, and I want to remind people I'm a member of the Libertarian Party, and the reason why I say that is because it's once again need to be reminded that this is not a left versus right issue. This is a right versus wrong issue when we talk about Cop City. What you have done is you have betrayed the trust of your constituents. You lied to us when you told this was only going to be $31 million. It's now costing twice that, and even if it were costing half that, it would be a waste of taxpayer money. We already have facilities to train our police, and it would be far less expensive if you just wanted to retrofit that instead of clear-cutting forests to create this facility. If you really cared about fiscal responsibility and using the people's taxpayer money wisely, you would not be buying back $36 million worth of land that you gave away for practically nothing. So I'm here to talk about not just the injustice that Cop City brings, but what militarization of police brings to us. I was in the streets in summer of 2020 when we were peacefully protesting the murder of George Floyd, the murder of Breonna Taylor and others, and it was the Atlanta police who decided to bring the tanks rolling down the street and who decided to call in the National Guard. It was y'all who corralled us. It was y'all who were pepper spraying and tear gassing us. It was the police who were pulling people out of their cars and arresting them for no reason other than the fact they were lost on the night of the protest. And so what does the police get in reward for that? $67 million of taxpayer money to fund your facility? That's ridiculous. I don't think it's right to be giving you $1 until you restore trust with the people. And the way you do that is pretty simple. You do that by by ending qualified immunity for the Atlanta City Police so that we can get our day in court when we're done wrong. You do that by requiring your officers to hold liability insurance. So when they do wrong, it doesn't come out of the taxpayer's pocket from other services. It comes out of the pockets of the police officers who have to pay for those insurance policies. If you want to hold police accountable, there's a lot of ways to do it. But clear-cutting forests so that you can build this facility is a spit in the face of the people who have been out here speaking against it for months and months on end. Take a poll, read the room, listen to the people, and you will see that they don't want this. I also want to speak out against the slander that we are all out-of-towners. I've lived in and around Atlanta my entire life, and I love this city. I love the things that it represents because I love the people of this city, not its government. That's absolutely true. But when you say that we're out-of-towners, that's a lie. Because the truth is the people who are out-of-towners are the corporate donors who are backing the Atlanta Police Foundation. They don't live on Peachtree Street, they live on Wall Street. They don't care about the people, they care about the almighty dollar. And they don't have our best interests at heart. And right now, if you vote for this facility, you don't have our best interests at heart. You're bought and paid for. You might as well be getting your 20 pieces of silver. Because right now, you are committing a Judas act against the people of Atlanta. I'm sorry there wasn't an invocation here today. It's Monday, but I'm about to take you to church. Because the Prince of Peace, the Lord Almighty Jesus Christ, taught me to love my fellow man, to not put them down, to not put my boot upon their neck. I support the Prince of Peace. I support a gospel of love. And I support that all people are free. They have inherent freedom and liberty. And every time you put another law, another regulation, another police force on the street, you're putting the boot on our necks. And the people are getting tired of it. This is a warning to those who are sitting in the ivory towers and those who sit here in elected office. You are making peaceful revolution impossible. And I don't support violence. I'm a pacifist. I oppose the initiation of force. We're not initiating force. Y'all are initiating force against us. Government is initiating force against individual people. And yes, there are systemic wrongs that need to be righted with our policing. There are people who are more affected than others. Those of you who have means, those of you who sit up here in the ivory tower, those of you who take the corporate money, Y'all don't have to worry about the militarization of police. It's the people who go to work every day, who earn a living, who go to work, they raise a family, and they're just trying to do their best. And what you're doing is you're sending more militarized police into our neighborhoods. We don't want it. The people do not want it. And your job is to represent the people. And when you don't do that, you're failing. You're failing, and you're a failure. And I want to say anybody who supports this is a failure, and they deserve to be challenged in the next election. And I am outside the two-party system, but I'll tell you right now, I will fight like hell to make sure that each and every one of you is replaced. I will find somebody that's good to support in the city of Atlanta who wants to actually represent the people and not the government, and not the corporate stooges who fund you. The truth is you're going to have hundreds of people marching in here. You're going to have people coming through here to fight this. And we're not props either. We are families. We are communities, and we are people who are sick and tired of having to come here and give public comment when you already know what the public thinks. You already know this. You don't need us to come here and shame you in this performative exercise that you give us. Just give us the liberty to represent us like you want us to. Let us be free people. Quit over-militarizing our police. Quit over-militarizing our streets. Quit filling our jails up with people who don't need to be there. There are far too many people who are in jail, as you said, sleeping with bed bugs than they are getting addiction therapy services, which is what they really need. If you want to stop the prison, cycle, then you need to stop it where it is. And that's with the drug war. That's with the continuation of policies that perpetuate poverty in all of our communities. Free the people. Let us run our business and get out of it. And to the police, I want to tell you right now, I support the need to enforce laws, but the truth is we have too many laws. We have too many reasons to throw people in jail, and I will not stand up for a police state, and that's what you're doing right here. Take the police out of this. Figure out new ways to make our communities safer. Don't do it at the barrel of a gun. Don't do it with the initiation of force, because when you do that, you get a response back. That's what happens. The more you militarize our police, the more the world will become militarized. And this isn't just about Atlanta. So again, I'm tired of the slander that this is just about people in Atlanta, because there are going to be police departments all over the country that'll be swarming to get trained at this facility so they can militarize and crack down on their populations back at home. And when they pay for that, who's going to profit? Not the city of Atlanta, but the private Atlanta Police Foundation. They're the ones who are going to make all the money. So you're giving them everything, and you're letting them make everything. What kind of a government is that? That is a corporate-controlled government. That is fascism. And I oppose it. And I ask that the people of Atlanta rise up and continue, no matter what you do today, no matter how you vote, continue to let their voices be heard, because we will not be silenced by a few select privileged people who are getting elected up to office in a political process that itself is rigged many times to help the powerful and the rich get ahead. I support freedom for all people, oppose Cop City, and viva Tortuga. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Zola Eichler. We'll have up to 2 minutes.
I should have some yielded time as well. Can you double check? There's been a couple.
I've been through the back of the list. There's nothing. Sorry.
All right. Am I ready? Am I good to start? I'm here today to remind y'all that you are human. There's been a lot of anger here today, and rightfully so. But at the end of the day, what y'all are going to remember is how this made you feel. How you felt today, the opinions you have. You're not going to care about what any one of us believe. You're going to walk away from here and you're going to listen to your own intuition, your own gut, and you're going to do what you think is right. History doesn't forget, and I said that last time. When we look back and we check the receipts in 5 years and we find out how much the people who were up here when we first started were paid to speak for the city. When we find out the back alley promises that were made, when we find out the deals that were negotiated, you will be held accountable. I want you to remember today, more than anything, you are a voice of the people. How good did it feel when you opened up the forum again? Senator, you know what it feels like to do the right thing after today. And I ask that you think about that and you share it with anyone else who's listening. There's some of you who really are. And we're starting to see that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So let me call the next group of speakers. Wednesday Abiku, Margie McLeod, Shaban Cornell, Kiana Jones, Matthew Johnson, Reverend Darcy Janet, Micah Herskind, Violet Von Hanna, Sasha Von Hanna, and Rukia Rogers. Next up will be Wednesday Abiku. You'll have up to 8 minutes due to yielded time.
Okay. Hello, everyone. How are you all doing? I feel like it's very important to have emotions. I also feel like it's very important not to repress emotions. Has anyone here ever read Carl Jung before? You have? Big fan, right? Do you guys know what a shadow is? A shadow is all of the things that you hide in the deep parts of your unconscious that you refuse to face. And there are parts of this world that are physical representations of the shadow of the history of the United States. We are a part of this planet. We are living things, correct? Are we all living things, correct? And I'm speaking to everyone, including the people in the council. I speak with the humility of understanding that I am a human being with flaws. However, I am a human. I am a living thing, like a dog, or a cat, or a child, or a parent, or a tree, bacteria. There are things about this world that we humans do not understand fully. And so because of that, we are afraid. How can you be someone who is free if you are afraid? I asked you that question. Fear is the one thing that destroys the fundamental tenet of the United States. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I am trying to live. I'm not trying to die for anything. And that's something that you learn when you interact with the world in its cruelest, harshest, not because of intentions, but because you want to understand something. I am a young person. I have not longed for this world, and I don't know how long I have left. I don't know how long anyone here has left. But I believe that we can make it longer if we are mindful of each other, of the existence that surrounds us, that has existed long before we have been here. Do we propound ourselves, do we put ourselves on a pedestal to assume the arrogant position that we are the most important existence that exists here? Or do we have the humility to look at each other as if this is another existence? Oh my God, cultivate life. We have to ask ourselves the question, do we desire to cultivate life or do we desire to constrain it and kill it? One thing I learned in how people build houses. Do you know what black mold is? It's a natural fungus infection that is a result of the internal infrastructure, of the architectural makeup of most buildings. It's not a good thing. It is a result of the deconstruction of natural processes and putting them in a way where it's strictly convenient for humans and nothing else. But guess what black mold does? For the people who are poor, who cannot afford to have people come in and fix it, it doesn't die, but it'll kill you. I don't want to die. I want to live a long life. I'm an artist. I'm a writer. I don't want to harm anyone. I want to make friends. I want to know what it's like to be a person in the real world. And how can a youth do that in a world that is headlong into oblivion, destroying itself? Fear populates everything. We are incentivized to be afraid. We are not incentivized to trust. Nature is about trust. Nature is about trust. Real relationships are about trust. They are not about hiding your feelings away and then hoping that one day all of the bad things will go away. But even in the Bible, no matter what happens, the apocalypse comes, even in the Bible. And nobody wants it to happen. That's why people work so hard on themselves, on their soul and on their spirit, regardless of how much money they have. Jesus was a homeless person. The meek are individuals who do not hold headlong to objects over life, because they see that there is something sacred about what has existed longer than you. There's something sacred about that. That's just as important. There's something sacred about my grandmother, for example. There's something sacred about our great-grandmothers. And there's something very important about Rome, too. Rome was something in the Bible. There's one thing we've learned about Rome, is that the violence does not fix anything. It never did. The only thing that helped was empathy, patience, understanding, listening, conversations, and consistency. Consistency. It's like a drum beat. Consistency. I wish you all a healthy life. I want people to be able to sit underneath a tree. I want people to be able to feel a sense of life within themselves. I want people to be able to cry. I want people to be able to smile. I want people to be able to feel like their love is genuine and not completely concocted by things they watch on television. I want things to feel real. So that's the importance of nature. It's about being real. I challenge you all, try to be real, okay? Love you guys.
Thank you. Next is Margie
Good
McLeod. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I know we're talking about Cop City. I'm against Cop City. But I've been talking about rent control. And I cannot believe that you're going to take our money Overstreet, you in my district, that I don't know who you've been talking to. Did they educate you about all this money that you're going to take it away from Housing Authority to put this money towards Cop City? Because you are in my district, and seniors are talking about it. We are against it. But money could have been with Housing Authority, or housing. We are homeless. You got homeless, and you other issues that we have in our community. So I want you to explain to me, why did you vote? Was you on that finance board? Tell me, why did you vote yes? Tell me about Cop City, it was so important. I'm against it. All that land, you wasting tax dollar money. Why? Tell me. Why you believe in it? Tell me. I'm listening. Tell me why it's so important to you to have Cop City. When we got places already, it's Cop City, and all you have to do is enhance it. Tell me. Tell me, Overstreet. I'm listening. Because we put you in there. I thought you were smarter than that. Tear it up. Tear the contract up. Because we don't need it. All we have to do is enhance what you have already. Stop wasting my tax dollar. Because that's just what y'all doing. Y'all sit up here and y'all listen, but are you for real? Are you scared? Like he said, the tree. The tree give us oxygen. And if the tree can't breathe, we're not going to be able to breathe.
Time has expired.
We say no to Cop City.
Thank you.
And be smarter than that, Overstreet.
Thank you. Next will be Siobhan Cornell. You'll have up to 10 minutes due to yielded time. Just a second.
Siobhan Cornell, Choho Chif Kadowen. Hello, Bikini Dolwa, Chogosako Legat. Hello, Gogi, Amalegadon, Ombozit, Chimalegadet, Nogo Sogedos. Moment, Hayomet, Omajalegadit, Yan Abogadit, Ahagat the Chagis, Ano Gitska, Iaskidat, Athak Kwetskat, Idemo Chagidat, Dat Adhogadit, Istijad Elgit, Inhad Jetskat, Apogadit, Aha Githit, Chayofan, and Fully Modern. Ahakasamit, Philip Bagis, Istijad Estimasko Gulgi, Istijad Elgi, Fulagan, Athakweja, Fulidois. I want to just thank you for this moment, and I thought it was very important that you heard something in the first language of this land that you now stand on. What I shared in our Muskogee language is my name is Siobhan Colonel. I come from our Muskogee people. I'm a traditional practitioner and a member of our ceremonial community. I hold a traditional chieftainship with our people. I have worked very diligently over the past 2 years, working specifically on educating the public of the dangers of the building of a Cop City. I have worked diligently to try to educate and remind the peoples of these territories now of who the original inhabitants of these lands were and are. And so today, as I stand here before you, I take it very serious because this is my first time introducing myself to each one of you. And I take it very seriously, even as I look at you, trying to see you eye to eye. And I pray and hope that you're trying the same way to see me eye to eye. And so on behalf of myself, one of the things that I shared in my language was who I am and what clan I'm a part of. I come from the Wind people, which is the Hudok-Gogi, whose clan was born in these territories right now that we stand in, whose territories are still, my ancestors still exist here. Thousands upon thousands of years, millennia upon millennia of existence, they're still here. And so I thought it was important that I see each one of you, because let me be the first one to welcome you onto Muskogee land. Today, there's many things that have brought me here. The first is as a spiritual practitioner. Some of the things that we do, some of the things that we worship, and the ways that we talk in our language, we refer to things that grow in these forests that surround you. We refer to these things that inhabit these territories here and have done so for centuries. Anytime, we have to realize, anytime that we destroy one life of a natural forest, a tree, a plant, any type of biodiversity, you are having a profound impact on your well-being. But even more so, and this is what's very sad for me to speak to you about, you're even having a more profound impact on your generations yet to come. Your children and your grandchildren are going to bear the brunt of the decisions that you are now making. Or should I say, as I've listened to my relatives here, the decisions that you are neglecting to make. That the time has come. I just came off a call just a couple of weeks ago with some of our leaders from not just in Georgia, not just in the U.S., but across the world, talking about the need to protect biodiversity, is that today, 97% of our natural world has been destroyed and impacted by human disruption. I want to say that again because, it might go in one ear and out the other. I don't know. I don't know you yet. Maybe one day we'll talk some more about this. That means 3% of the entire world is in its natural state right now at this moment. And if I could just speak bluntly for a second, I think everyone here breathes air, drinks water, and has to have food. And as I say at places across the world, let's see how long that we last without those things. This Earth Mother that we walk upon has been gracious to us and has always provided those things. Even a few years ago, my office with the United Methodist Church, I was able to go and commemorate the waters that come here and feed millions upon millions of people a day, and gave a prayer and an offering on behalf of the Muskogee people. It was under the previous administration, but I won't get into those details just yet. But I still was given that opportunity where the entire city of Atlanta recognized that moment. Because at the end of the day, we all do share like goals. We want a safe community. We want a place that we can go and enjoy ourselves and live life to the fullest. We don't want harm. And relatives, I do have a relationship through my connections. I am a part of the Methodist structure. I have been a part of the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. I have been with conversations of human rights all across the world. I have walked with refugee camps in other parts and other nations of indigenous peoples. I've seen situations just like what we're going through here in other countries. I've seen things going on where people have been killed, just like what we're trying to say should never happen here, all over the world, and I don't want that to increase. Every time in these countries, I shared with them, no matter what, how you slice it, the increasing of more militarized mechanism never establishes a peaceful society, no matter what. It never accomplishes what your hopes, what your arguments are. In fact, it does quite the opposite. In fact, our community, we are already living through the living proof of that at this moment. Today, I think it's obvious, I don't support Cop City. Today, I think it's obvious, I do want a future for all of our children. I have never, ever considered myself a non-resident of these territories. The day that you can remove all of my ancestors and our remains and everything that are funerary objects from the earth around us, then maybe, no, I won't even think about it then. This is my home. And I've told my children, I want to come back home one day. I came here many weeks ago, talking, teaching, and in fact, over my 10 years of doing this active work of educating, I've been in our school systems here in Atlanta. I've been in our preschools talking and sharing a little bit about Native American people. I've been and given everything that I could possibly give to say there's a better way for us to live together in all of our diversity. Now my hope, this is my first time with you. Will you listen to that? Vote no. Stop, tear up the contract like our relative said. Drop the charges against persons who are doing what is something that is right. You are creating a world where only those people can survive. You can only do that if you can afford to do so. You're not protecting the vulnerable. 2 years ago, when I began another journey here in the city of Atlanta, I was asked to come and do a cultural exchange. We went to the Wilani Forest. We went and shared with each other. I said, I'll come. I'll bring members of the Halabi Kanedi Ceremonial Ground, which now resides in Oklahoma because of dispossession. We all came here. Over 30 people of the Muskogee Nation came here. We visited our sacred mound sites at the Okmulgee Mounds. We went everywhere we could. We had our children here. I think we had about 12 little ones that traveled with us to sites that they had never seen before. And that day, we had over 500 people come to the Wilani Forest Park to be with us and to fellowship, to break bread together, to hear language and songs that haven't been heard in that forest for hundreds upon hundreds of years. We did it together. A few months ago, when we were trying to get the world to see the dangers of what Cop City brings to this earth, I told my 9-year-old son, I said, I got to go back. I got to go share just a little bit. And he said, Daddy, I don't want them to tear down the forest. And I said, son, I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure they don't. The good thing is that as much as you think, we're not in control of things. The earth will still be here when Cop City falls. The earth will still be here when your term expires. And she'll recover. But unfortunately, it's the human species. It's the human species that will suffer. And that's why I'm here today. Because I don't think any of us want anybody to die, anybody to have polluted water, anyone to have microplastics in their body, anyone to go down this path that we're forced to live. We want a better way. And so today I ask that you stop, and that at least if you never see another Muskogee person again, I'm standing right here. And let it be known, I do not support this. Let it be known. And viva, viva, Tortuguita.
Thank you. Next will be, thank you very much. Let's keep moving. Next will be Kiana Jones. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 8 minutes.
I think everybody should really be feeling something right now. You should be feeling something. If by now you don't feel the spirit of the people and you don't feel the spirit of this land, then something is wrong with you. Because we have said so much. We have said all that there is to say. Honestly, we have. And we are saying the same things to you, but in different ways. We want you all to understand that this is a fight, not only for the soul of this land and the soul of our people, but for your very own. And it reminds me of a song we used to sing when I was a little girl in church, and it actually is a Muskogee Creek hymn. And they sang it when they were run away from this land. And the way we sing it as a spiritual goes, this may be the last time. This may be the last time. This may be the last time. It may be the last time. I don't know. And what I'm saying is that this may be the last time that you have to save your soul. This may be the very last time to prove, not only to us, but to yourselves, that you truly are here for the people. And as a member of clergy, I got to call out Reverend Sean Smith, the mayor's pastor, because I see that he's in the building. And Reverend Smith, you need to understand that in the Bible it talks about the bloody hands of the watchman. as the shepherd of the mayor, you have blood on your hands because it is your job. It is your job to teach him and to instruct him. As a shepherd of that man and a congregation, it is your job to rightly divide the word of truth and show him right from wrong. So, Reverend Smith, if you are in the building, I will invite you, like I invite anybody, to meet me outside when I'm done, because I have seen you and I would like to see you. And I hope that you can talk to your friends, the concerned black clergy, because they don't want to come and see me. It's apparent I'm going to have to go and see them too. Y'all saw I ran up on Warnock in New York, so I'm not afraid to go anywhere. But what I do also want to say is thank you, Councilman Lewis, for having that talk with me outside. And I also need to thank Councilmember Waits, because she first approached me to ask about my concerns about Cop City. And I also want to thank Council President Shipman, because when he saw me outside, he did not run away. So I truly do appreciate that. But I do need to also bring attention to the fact that the mayor's hired lackeys have left the building. See, they didn't have and they don't have what it takes to stand. And I have to call them out, because that young lady with her blowout stood up here and called my name and talked about the sellout t-shirt that I wore. And when I approached her in the hallway, she had nothing to say. But I simply wanted to have a conversation. And the little man who was with her, who brought his family out for a spectacle, actually was the one who bucked up at me. So I'm only saying all that to say I will have a conversation with anyone outside of this chamber. And I appreciate people who are willing to have that conversation with me. And I even appreciate the steps that this council has taken today to show what democracy truly looks like. I call a lot of y'all out all the time. I do. But I want you to know that what I do out of love for my people. I do even out of love for you, because somebody has to correct you when you step in wrong, because I expect you to do the same for me. So what we're asking today, not only are we asking you all to please, please demand accountability for the domestic terrorism charges that are being placed on people when they're not right. Demand accountability for that raid that happened last week, because I have never seen SWAT go to the home of anyone accused of charity fraud or money laundering. Bernie Madoff did not have SWAT go to his house. I mean, we have people right now who are being sentenced for their actions at the insurrection 2 years ago. And SWAT is not showing up at their homes. So why do we feel the need to show up with tanks and the SWAT team at the homes of people who are doing nothing but the Lord's work? Unfortunately, for some people who don't think it's known, y'all cops done let it out of the bag. Y'all was going after the money to make sure that when we get grabbed, we can't get out. But I tell you what, go after the money, go after me, go after this movement, but we won't stop, because we can't stop. We won't rest until we know that Cop City is done, that it is no longer a thing, because there are so many blighted properties in the city of Atlanta. Abandoned schools exist. There are so many areas where you could build a training facility for firefighters because they need it. You could also hold the APF accountable and look into why the existing police training facility is in dire straits. I think that's definitely a viable option. But today we showed up, y'all, because we want y'all to know that we're not letting this go. We're not letting this go. No matter how you vote today, no matter which way this goes, this is not the end, because we have a duty to stand against injustice in all of its forms. And whether you like the way we do it or not, I just believe that those are conversations that can be had. I believe that those are differences in the way we see things, but that we can come to common ground. Believe it or not, I do. I'm a fighter, and I do believe in fighting. But everything doesn't have to be a fight. Some things can simply be a conversation. Some things can simply be a reconsideration. And I urge you today to reconsider. Reconsider what you are doing to the people of Atlanta. Don't bleed them dry. That money is astronomical. Think about the services that you could implement into communities instead. Think about the beauty of what Weelaunee could be instead. I urge you today to reconsider.
Thank you. Next will be Matthew Johnson. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 6 minutes.
I can be called lots of unfortunate things. Honestly, liar is not one of them. That being said, I would like to make sure that I clarified something from the last time that I spoke. Councilpeople Bakhtiari and Councilperson Jason Dozier did speak out when Tortuguita was murdered. You must excuse me because this isn't simply a political matter for me. It is far deeper than that. All these people out in the crowd is far deeper than that. So please make sure that you understand that this is just not a vote for us. These are our lives. These are the lives of our friends and the fates of our friends. And although I'm a little bit shorter on time, I would like to share a story very quickly. At the risk of receiving domestic terrorism charges, in July, I happened to be in Weelaunee People's Park, and I led a meditation there. The meditation was much better attended than I thought. There were several people there. Some, of course, didn't want to be bothered with it, but were very kind and supportive, and we had a community meal later on that evening by people that didn't attend. There was somebody who came to the protest for the very first time, or to the park that night for the very first time, and I led them in. And at the end of that evening, someone texted me and said, "You inspire me to be the best person that I can be." And that has always stuck with me. That person that I led into the forest that night was charged with domestic terrorism. Okay? Along with several other people that attended that meditation. Of the people that stayed back and fixed dinner instead, at least one of them was charged with domestic terrorism. The person who sent me the text that night can't be here today because on January 18th, they were murdered by the Georgia State Patrol. And while we can tally 41 people that have been charged with domestic terrorism, nobody can show a bruise that one of them caused. But we've spread the ashes of our friend, and they're never coming back. So you must understand that no matter how many bail funds you penalize, no matter how many people you throw in jail, this won't stop. And it will cost you. You must understand when people may get frustrated when we come to things such as this, and maybe you might even get booed, realize that it's not our actions that are on the voting block today. It's not our methods of getting you to listen that are on the voting block today, but it is a police training facility that has been wildly unpopular from the beginning, that is going to cost you more than twice as much as was initially said in the first 2 phases. We haven't even gotten to the point where they actually make good on the promises about parts, okay? So this has been riddled with lies from the beginning. Let's look at the APF and what it does. The At Promise Youth Centers. If any other nonprofit were to tell you that they were raising money for a youth center and their only experience in taking care of youth was imprisoning them, you would look at them like they were crazy. The APF is buying houses in neighborhoods that are already quickly gentrifying, as well as we have the Housing Fund putting $800,000 behind code enforcement that is continually targeting people that actually live in their homes rather than the corporate landlords that let the blight happen. We all know that. They never get penalized. Atlanta became the most surveilled city in the country in 2017, and the crime still rose. So what are they really doing with those cameras? And who is protected by them? But it'll cost us all something. We've set a record for dissent on 3 different occasions now. We've seen falsified charges on protesters for over a year. Domestic terrorism charges for nonviolent protesters for the past 6 months. We have false money laundering charges for a bail fund. The mayor's office has been lying about this project and the cost over 2 administrations. In order to vote for this, it will cost you your integrity. It will cost you whatever principles you came to the table flouting when you campaign.
Time's expired.
Stop this project now for our souls.
Thank you. Time's expired. Next up will be Reverend Darcy Janet. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
I was supposed to have more yielded time. Did you look? Okay. Hello, my name's Darcy Jarrett. I'm a pastor of Park Avenue Baptist Church congregation. That's in your district, Mr. Winston, District 1. I'm also a concerned citizen. I'm a member of the Interfaith Coalition to Stop Cop City. We are building this movement. We have been building since the DART campaign, Defund Atlanta PD, Refund Communities. I stand here not to debate you about the merits of this project. You have heard that. You have heard about the immorality of policing rooted in colonial control and power dominance structures. The violence perpetuated by police, their bias toward protecting property over people. You have heard this argument. I'm not here to debate with you the impacts of the environment. You have heard that argument over and over again, stated better than I ever could. I'm not here to debate you on the merits of this program. I've heard even that you all are deciding to judge the merits of each of these comments made based on your perfectionist standards, which is, by the way, a marker of white supremacist culture, to debate the opinions of a person. But I am here to tell you that my 8-year-old told me the other morning, when he grows up, he wants to be a good-hearted soul. That's what he wants to be when he grows up. And I believe that's what all of us want to be when we are little. And you have the chance right now to live that out. I'm not going to throw morality around because I think that's been misused by religious figures like myself. But you can be a good-hearted soul.
Thank you. Next up will be Micah Herskin. Due to yielded time, you have up to 6 minutes.
Hello. So it's hard to know, what exactly to say when you get up here because in some ways everything has been said over the past 2 years. Do you use the moral suasion argument, the environmental argument, police brutality, the repression that we've already seen, and the fact that 42 people have been charged with domestic terrorism, the fact that someone's been murdered by police to make this project go forward, the fact that the residents of DeKalb County don't actually have any direct say in this because they're not represented by this council. Do you talk about the fact that there's been so little transparency from the police foundation that there is absolutely no trust that the public has with this council? Do you talk about the fact that just today we've had another record turnout? Record turnout. I don't think there's ever been this sort of turnout at City Hall for a matter. I do believe that those arguments have swayed some of you, and I know that some of you have worked even over the weekend to, try to change this, and I'm grateful for that, and it is seen and acknowledged. And I also know that it hasn't moved some of you. And so what I want to talk about is a couple major developments from the last couple weeks. The first is, as I'm sure you've all seen, major reporting, first by the Atlanta Community Press Collective, then by the AJC, that the price tag for the public for this facility is not in fact $30 million, but actually up to $67 million. This is a headline from the AJC. Training center costs calls years of promises into question. Kind of a tongue twister. They say that, the city has promised for a long time that it would be $30 million, and they say, quote, that promise was repeated month after month, year after year, by one mayor and then the next. Today, the Atlanta Police Foundation still asks for donations to the project on a site that says the city will only contribute $30 million to the cause. And they say, quote, but that's not true, and it hasn't been true for years, end quote. And I know that bothers you, because it must. When you have the AJC writing about how the mayor and the Atlanta Police Foundation has been lying to residents for years about the cost of a facility, that is a major red flag. The AJC doesn't do that kind of critical reporting, especially not when it comes to Cop City. Andre Dickens and the Atlanta Police Foundation are making villains of this council. They're setting you all up as the fall guys for this. They want you to approve their funding that they slipped in $37 million for. That's outrageous, and you all should be mad at the Atlanta Police Foundation and at the mayor. Second thing that happened in the past couple weeks is, of course, the raid on the Atlanta Solidarity Fund. Longtime, well-respected activists who do the very basic, constitutionally protected work of bailing people out of jail when they are arrested for protesting, for exercising their First Amendment right. That's frightening. And what I want to talk about is the fact that this was a raid that was coordinated between City Hall, the Atlanta Police Department SWAT team, and the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, Chris Carr, the Attorney General, Brian Kemp, the fascist Republican governor, right? This is who is working together. This is what Brian Kemp has championed in the last few years, trying to cut off any access to abortion, making sure that trans people are criminalized out of existence and can't get the care that they need. They're trying to make sure, Brian Kemp has left massive amounts of money, of federal money for Medicaid on the table. He's called queer people pedophiles, or his group has. They've tried to suppress people's right to vote. That's who City Hall is partnering with when they send people to do these raids, tear people out of their homes, take them to jail, put them in jail for days. It was 3 days that the Atlanta Solidarity Fund activists were held in jail. People have died in fewer days in jail than that. And that's the level of fascist repression that we've gotten to. And to know that the Democratic-led city of Atlanta is partnering with people who during election season you all rightfully call these evil right-wingers is really astounding. And so I hope that that alone would be enough for you to say, wow, as a city council, I know that not all of you would describe yourself as liberals, I think most would. We want no part in that. We don't want to be touching what Chris Carr and Brian Kemp are doing. That should be a really easy equation. 2 minutes. I want to end on misinformation. Not a very sexy topic to end on, but let's do it. So many times I've heard that the movement is spreading misinformation. I've been told that I'm spreading misinformation. All of these questions about, is it 85 acres, 380 acres, 171 acres? What's going to be in the building? Is there going to be a helicopter landing pad, right? All of these questions, I'm sure you all are frustrated hearing about them. But what I want to say first is that claiming misinformation is a common tactic used by people in power to delegitimize dissent. And so I really encourage you all to stay away from that. But second, the reason there's confusion about the project is because it's changed so many times, because the Atlanta Police Foundation does not keep its word, because they continue to change the plan, and they continue to lie to and on you all. That is why there has been misinformation, because they're not trustworthy, because there's nothing in the lease that actually binds them to what the mayor says is going to be in this facility. That's why no one believes it'll be limited to 85 acres. That's why no one believes that they might not, in a couple months put in a helicopter landing pad. Who knows? So there is misinformation, but it's coming from the mayor's office. And so I want to make that really clear. I know that some of you are still on the fence. I hope that today all of these people here is enough to put you over the edge. I hope that you can be brave. I hope that you can close your eyes and imagine. No, I'm sure you came in a week ago thinking, this is going to pass. The AJC reported this is going to pass easily, and you probably thought you were going to vote yes for it. Just think about, what would it mean for me to help end this right now? You need 8 votes. You can do it. Just put an end to this. Vote no on this funding. Get in the group chats with the council members and be like, hey, do we have an 8-person block? And you do. I know you can get there. Please vote no on this funding. We know that you don't want to spend 11 hours here, 14 hours here, whatever it ends up being yelled at. And what I want to tell you is that we want to be here even less. We would like to live in well-resourced communities. We would not want to have to deal with this, but we are here, and as others have said, we will continue to be here until you stop Cop City. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Violet Von Hanna. You'll have up to 2 minutes. And then Sasha Van Hanna, you'll have up to 8 minutes due to yielded time.
Hi, I am a forest defender, and all that the Lorax left here in this mess was a small pile of rocks with the word unless. Whatever that meant, well, I just couldn't guess. That was long ago, but each day since that day, I've sat here and worried away. And through the years while my buildings have fallen apart, I've worried about it with all of my heart. But now, says the Onceler, now that you're here, the word of the Lorax seems perfectly clear. Unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. So, here offers a child I've brought for you. 18 loblolly pine saplings, one for each of you. You're in charge of a big decision. More trees are what everyone needs. Plant these trees in Wilani. Treat them with care. Give them clean water and feed them fresh air. Regrow the forest. Protect it from corporate interests and axes that hack. Then the Lorax and all of our friends may come back. Please save Wilani for the year of the youth. Please stop Cop City.
Thank you. Sasha Van Hanna, you have 8 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, I'm a mother and member of the Wilani Coalition. I'm a Georgia voter living in District 5. I live less than 5 miles from the forest. And while I've seen Mayor Dickens say only outside agitators are against this project, I'm here to be one of many contradicting this lie. I wonder how many of you are embarrassed to hear Mayor Dickens use the same rhetoric used against MLK against your constituents. The repression of your citizens the repression your citizens are experiencing is remarkable. Are you concerned for us? Impressed by our tenacity? Despite no liquids, multiple misleading press releases, and not letting us in the building at first, and hell, some still can't get in, we are here again in record numbers. Please hear us. Pay attention and give us the respect we deserve, especially after all the hurdles put in our way. 4 months ago, Atlanta Press Collective reported a community impact survey forwarded by APF stated 43% of trainees would be from out of state. However, when Mayor Dickens went live with MPUW last week, he again said that this was only 30 million. And when asked about the intentions for this facility to be a revenue generator for the city of Atlanta, he said, and I quote, "We don't intend for that to be rented out. The facility will be nice enough where if we wanted to, we could rent it out for a sundry of events, whether that's for pleasure events, weddings, gatherings, and graduations." Unfortunately, they had muted comments from the MPUW community. I really would have loved to have heard folks call out his absurdity and contradictions. So, who here can offer us some transparency? Because clearly it's not Mayor Dickens. Councilmember Wan, Westmoreland, you both approved this in the F&E committee. Surely you can make sense of it all. Council members, I'm confused. Where is the parkland we have been promised? Where is the parkland on the plans? And tell me, would you like to take your families to the woods on the edge of the largest police training facility in the country? Would you have your pleasure events there? No, of course not. It's a farce. All of it is, but it's not funny. It's deceitful. And you may say that the additional $36 million is budget neutral, but that's a technicality, and hiding it from us is devious and completely undemocratic. Meanwhile, DeKalb County is scapegoating responsibility for the pollution in the South River to the city of Atlanta. Monitoring has been turned off, and they are disregarding evidence they have of increased pollution. The South River, Wilani, is a headwater to Georgia's largest and most biologically diverse freshwater system, and it's one of the most endangered rivers nationwide because of pollution from both DeKalb County and the city of Atlanta, providing polluted water to millions downstream. I heard King Williams speak of investigations of this being a cancer alley. Sounds like a huge liability to me. Building this facility outside the city limits so that the people most directly impacted have no one they can appeal to is, I'm pretty sure, setting you up for more liability. And I understand that when Arthur Blank deeded the land to the city, he said, you have to promise me that this land will always remain a forest, and that is enforceable. Have you heard that too? Sounds like another possible lawsuit. In every public-private partnership with the city, whether it's the Beltline or the Grant Park parking deck, the private money has been secured first. We don't even know if APF has the money for this. What happens if APF doesn't raise the money? Will taxpayers be on the hook for the difference? Please, do the due diligence and show us that money has been raised before voting with our tax dollars. 7 of you, along with Andre, signed your name acknowledging and promising to protect the irreplaceable green lungs of Atlanta. Irreplaceable means impossible to replace. But I tell you what, as much damage as has been done, you all better try. 100 trees for every tree cut. That was another promise I heard. Councilmember Faroki, you have had practice with your olive trees. I bet you will be a great help in planting these loblolly pines. I wonder how many of you will still be here, though, after the next election cycle. We deserve and demand transparency. This whole process reeks of corruption. We haven't received the task force's recommendations yet, and there are too many unanswered questions and liabilities to push this forward. Lastly, I'd like to remind you of another excerpt from the Atlanta City Design, Aspiring to the Beloved Community, published by the city in 2017. Resurgence. Atlanta is rising again, this time from the ashes of the 20th century. After generations of economic decline, disinvestment, and environmental degradation, our city is resurging with new life and prosperity. It is an exciting time, and even as the market forces created by these changes sound alarms for many of us who live here, we are emboldened by a better understanding of what our city stands for. We love Atlanta. We believe in its potential, and we know that to hold on to its virtue, we must take urgent and deliberate action. Not changing may not be an option, but by designing our future around our core values, equity, progress, ambition, access, and nature, we can leverage our change to our advantage. We can become an even better version of ourselves. And while such a path will require tremendous courage and a lot of hard work, our success will be in Atlanta for everyone, a city worth living and loving in, and a true model of the beloved community. Please save Weelaunee and your legacies for the Year of the Youth. Stop Cop City.
Thank you. Next will be Rakia Rogers. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
I didn't expect that. All right. Oh, good afternoon. To my beloved community, those before me and behind me, greetings. My name is Rakia Rogers. I'm an early childhood educator, a child advocate, founder of the Highlander School, and resident of Atlanta. In fact, I'm in, what district am I in? District 5. I'm here again standing before the City Council, as part of the Weelaunee Coalition, a group of caregivers, educators, families, and children to express our deep concern and objection to the City of Atlanta's plan to build the largest police training facility in the country, known as Cop City. I also want to respond to a few of the comments that were made earlier. As I've been a part of this movement, there's this constant insinuation that this is somehow a white movement, that somehow black folks don't care about the environment. My very presence, my ancestors are here because of their love, their connection, and knowledge of this land. We are black growers, farmers, stewards, and this movement is interracial, multiracial, it is multi-generational, and it is unstoppable. We will continue to show up in the spirit of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Fannie Lou Hamer, the freedom riders, abolitionists, and other activists who refuse to remain silent in the sight of injustice. I have to be honest, though. I really struggled to find the words to offer to my community today. You've already heard hours upon hours upon hours of eloquent, thoughtful comments from environmentalists sharing the undeniable harm that this project will cause the South River Forest, also known as the Weelaunee Forest. But yet, you remain unmoved. You have heard from residents who have told you they do not want Cop City, but yet you remain unmoved. You have heard from counselors, psychologists, educators like myself who have shared the harm of over-policing and the need for community wellness, and yet you remain unmoved. You've heard from lawyers about the legality issues, and yet you remain unmoved. And so I have to be honest. I find one of the most heartbreaking and intolerable parts of this project being pushed forward is that it is drenched in lies, without transparency and a democratic process. In fact, this is a farce. Dr. King reminds us that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. The project to build Cop City is not only morally corrupt, it is the epitome of injustice. This project is being done without the consent and against the will of the people of Atlanta. There are too many questions that have been left unanswered. So you're asking us, we are being asked to trust public funds in the hands of the Atlanta Police Foundation. But I must ask, who is the Atlanta Police Foundation? Atlanta has had many private and public partnerships. Every single one of them, these private entities have had to report back to City Council, except for the Atlanta Police Foundation. President Shipman, this one is for you. When you were the director of the Center of Civil and Human Rights, did you not have to report to the City Council and answer their questions? Why has the Atlanta Police Foundation not have to stand before the people? I'm confused, truly, like my friend Sasha. Is the Atlanta Police Foundation a nonprofit entity? Or are they a for-profit real estate company purchasing homes on the West Side, perpetuating gentrification and displacing black residents? I've listened, so Again, apparently the only outside agitators are members of the Atlanta Police Foundation who live outside the city and are intent on exerting their will against the power of the people. I have listened to Mayor Dickens closely, and y'all have got to help me make sense of this project. Again, I'm confused. How much will this project actually require of public funds? Is it 30 million? Is it 33 million? Is it 60 million? Is it 67 million? It's different answers every time. How much has it already cost? Where is the parkland? Where is the advisory board that the mayor bragged about? And what exactly is their recommendations? I have at least 101 more questions and no answers. We have rallied, we have marched, we have called, we have written letters, we have engaged in civil disobedience just as our ancestors did. We are trying to engage in the democratic process. Many of us have come to City Hall multiple times and spent hours taking off of work, enduring hardship to maybe get a bare minimum of 2 hours. And somehow I thought my voice mattered. And I go to work every single day telling the children that their voices matter too. And yet there is undeniable suppression of this movement and an attempt to repress the voices of the people. We have listened to the mayor collectively dehumanize us, referring to us as outside agitators and creating a hostile environment. Last week I watched, as so did the world, as a SWAT team entered a residential neighborhood to arrest friends, ensuring that protesters, folks that are exercising their right to freedom of speech, the right to assembly, had access to bail. For those of you who don't know those arrested, let me tell you, they're the ones who show up and shelter those who don't have homes. They're the ones who show up and provide food for those who don't have food. Those are the ones who have showed up at every single children's rally to play the drums. Mayor Dickens has gone too far. His approved raid against the Atlanta Solidarity Fund is a violation, and it is a danger to all of our rights. Frankly, I have to be honest, I'm exhausted. We are exhausted. But we are unconquered. This movement is unwavering in our resolve. We will be here today, and we will be in the streets tomorrow, and committed to building a better world than we have today. I again am standing here from a place of love, holding the spirits of my own ancestors and that of our dear friend Tort, an environmentalist assassinated. Shot 57 times while their hands were held in the air, while defending the forests we love and defending the reimagined world. Frederick Douglass reminds us, if there is no struggle, there is no progress. Those who profess to favor freedom and yet depreciate agitation are men who want crops without plowing the ground. They want rain without thunder and lightning. They want ocean without the awful roar of its many waters. This struggle may be a moral one, or it may be a physical one, or it may be both moral and physical, but it must be a struggle. Power concedes nothing without demand. It never did, and it never will. The City Council has been entrusted with power bestowed upon it by the people. Align yourselves with what is just and what is fair. Do not fund this project. And for my beloved community that stands behind me, my community, ordinary folks fighting to stop Cop City and protect this earth, no matter what happens today, no matter the results of the vote, I will see y'all tomorrow on the streets. Stop Cop City.
Thank you. Next group of speakers will have Daxton Pettis, Oren Punkovku, Jax Crowder, Amy Taylor, Devin Barrington Ward, Kyle Lamont, and Abrima Mbowe.
Council President, would you also start naming the numbers as well?
Oh, sure. Those are numbers 39 through 47.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next up will be Daxton Pettis. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 8 minutes.
Not the 10 minutes?
Up to 8 minutes.
Up to 8 minutes. Good afternoon. Good evening, President And good evening, presidents and members of the council. My name is Daxton Pettis, and I'm a current member at Morehouse College, as well as I'm here allied with students in the Atlanta University Center. I'm here against the pushes for the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center, also known as Cop City. In a national study, they examined police killings. They looked at mental health, possession of weapons, as well as victims running on foot from the police. And this study centered around white, black, and Hispanic people. In that study, they found that black people have 60% lower odds of exhibiting mental illness than their white peers. Hispanic people have 45% lower odds of being armed than their white peers. Black people, 23% lower, with a 28% higher odds of running away from the police. As we know, black people make up 13% of the population and account for 30% of police killings. Hispanic people, also a minority, make up 20% of those killings. This legislation that is being brought forward today is not to address the systemic advantages that certain racial groups have in their safety compared to others. The money that's being voted on today is not to go towards reform or to go towards any improvements in the city of Atlanta. The money being voted on today is to go to increase the number of police and to increase police morale. We have seen our city representatives advocate for policing and firemen interests, but we have yet to see our same leaders act the same for the interests of the community. The city has been promised the construction of mental health facilities, has been promised housing security, rental assistance, and time again, they have failed to act on these promises. Atlanta has become stagnant in the concerns of the people, but active on the concerns of business and police. The students in the West End, as well as the AUC, have lost faith in our city leaders and are losing faith in our black leadership among them. Across America, across America, and especially in the black Mecca that is to be considered Atlanta, black leaders have become pawns that are used in our own oppression. I ask that you vote no on this legislation in consideration of the negative impacts of our system of policing that have not been actively addressed with the annual funding towards the police. The change that was demanded before the death of Matthew Zadok Williams and Anthony Hill, before the deaths of Jimmy Atchison and DeVaris Kane Rogers, before the deaths of Katherine Johnson and Kevin Davis. Vote no on the legislation, send it back to committee, but to proceed with this payment is to concede that some lives are more important than others. You must stop Cop City. As far as there being firemen and other public safety personnel being trained at this facility, the center also being for firemen is insignificant to the threat that is posed by the increase in militarization of the police. Historically, public safety personnel have refused to step in and in many cases been obligated to stand by the police when they commit these atrocities. This has been most recently seen in the death of Tyree Nichols. All those who choose to be complicit in the torment of others by police bear responsibility in the lives that are lost, whether that be firemen, EMTs, mayors, presidents of colleges or institutions, or council members. Stand on the right side of history. Stop Cop City. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Oren Panovku, I'm sorry. You'll have up to 10 minutes due to yielded time.
My last name is Panovka. Yeah,
Thank
my
you.
older brother is going to be speaking in a little bit, so you
I'll
should
get it right on the second
keep
one.
that in mind.
Thank you.
Yeah. First of all, Cop City will never be built. That being said, I first want to thank the council members who've been so generous with their time over the past few weeks to meet with the student organizers who've been working on this issue, and the council members who are looking to try and extend public comment today. That is noted. I'm here today as an Emory student and as a scholar, and so while many other people have been here in the spirit of activists and organizers throughout the past 50 to 100 years, I'm here in the spirit of people like me, and so I'm here today in the spirit of people like Walter Benjamin and Frantz Fanon. And I bring that up specifically because I want to read some quotes by them. In an essay published in 1921, and this is important, this is over 100 years ago, Benjamin writes, "The assertion that the ends of police violence are always identical with, or even connected to, the ends of the law is thoroughly untrue. Rather, the law of the police basically denotes the point at which the state, whether from impotence or because of the imminent connections of every legal order, can no longer guarantee through the law the ends it wishes to achieve at any price. Therefore, the police intervene for so-called security reasons in countless cases where no clear legal situation exists, if they are not merely without any reference whatsoever to legal ends, accompanying the citizen as a brutal harassment through a life regulated by ordinances, or quite simply surveying him." That was written over 100 years ago today, and the point of that is that everything that is being said today is old knowledge. It is things that we have known for a very, very, very long time. It is not just that some random police officers are committing violence at whim. It is something built and baked into the structure of the systems that we have. And I could give you countless examples of this. The example of the death of Tortuguita, the repression that has gone on for the past few months, but we can also just point to the fact that the people who are trying to enter this building and are trying to enter this room, which, by the way, is half empty because people are being told that there is a fire hazard, these rooms and spaces are being guarded by the very people who we are looking to speak out against. You cannot tell me that that is justice or that that is safety. When we are being told that people cannot enter this room because it is a fire hazard, and yet the police, who, by the way, are the only people in this building with weapons, are able to come in at whim. When people are being told that they cannot bring food into this building, and the police are sitting out here eating donuts. You cannot make that up. I mean, seriously. We have known about the issues around Cop City for a very, very, very long time before they were even built. The same person who I just read a quote from, Walter Benjamin, was killed by Nazis. So do not make a mistake when you see the police killing protesters in this movement and thinking it is a one-off occasion. History is not repeating itself. History has not ended. Frantz Fanon tells us that decolonization is always a violent event. It cannot be accomplished by a gentleman's agreement, right? We cannot just speak specifically because everybody here knows, in the words of Frantz Fanon, that jargon is not a replacement for reality, right? There are no words that we can use to cover up the circumstances or the situation that is going on. What we have right now is an incredible lack of transparency, right? We have a council member who is incredibly close friends with the lobbyist for the APF. And yet we don't even fully know what the role of the APF is. We are being asked to be nonviolent. We are being asked to speak calmly. We are being asked to speak reasonably. But Fanon reminds us the supremacy of white values is stated with such violence that as a countermeasure, the colonized rightly make a mockery of them whenever they are mentioned. And make no mistake, as we've heard from people earlier, this is a colonized world that we are living in. Those values which seem to enable the soul prove worthless because they have nothing in common with the real-life struggle in which the people are engaged. How can we possibly ask people to speak reasonably when the people who live in the area that this facility is being built cannot even sleep at night because there are gunshots going on all the time? Fanon tells us that the dividing line in the colony, the border, is represented by the barracks and police stations. And so we can make no mistake either that this facility is being built in working-class black neighborhoods in an area where the people who live there do not even have the ability to vote this body out of its seats if they make the wrong decision. What we have seen over the past 2 years is not just a lack of transparency. It is a complete upheaval of the systems that are supposed to keep people safe in this city and in this state and in this country. It is private money, private institutions which have embedded themselves and entrenched themselves so much in this system that when somebody gets killed, there is no recourse, there are no consequences, but when people are being arrested for at most a $7,000 charge in money laundering, which by the way, we all know is complete BS, that a SWAT team goes to their house. There are people, and by the way, there are people who spoke today who did not have a full 10 minutes, and I know for a fact that they were given a full 10 minutes. But the issue is that this system is broken, and yet we're trying to spend $70 million to give the police military-grade weapons when we cannot even supply the people of this city with the ability to actually speak to this body? And by the way, back to the point about the facility, Chastain Park, Mary Norwood, is 268 acres. So we could build this facility there. No problem, right? But you don't want it there? You don't want it there because you don't want it in a place where a bunch of rich white people live. And that's just a fact. That's just a fact. The people who live in this area have said that they do not want it. The people who live in the city of Atlanta have said that they do not want it. The people who have lived in this world for the past 100 years have said that we do not want a continuation of this violence. And every single time that we see this, we see the same kind of repression, right? But this is the important takeaway. You all have three options today, essentially. You can vote yes, you can vote no, or you can vote to send to committee, okay? If you vote yes, what each one of you who votes yes is saying is that you are endorsing the repression and the violence that the police and the Atlanta Police Foundation have used against this movement at every step and every turn. What you are saying is that anytime there's a protest in the future, the best way to go about solving that issue is to put 57 bullets in the protesters who are causing the issue. That is what each one of you is saying who votes yes. If you vote yes, you are saying that you do not stand with the people of Atlanta, you do not stand with the people of DeKalb County, but also that those people have no recourse to this body, right? There is nothing else for us to talk about after this. If we vote yes on this issue, there is going to be no transparency, there's going to be no safety, there's going to be no information sharing, there's going to be no change. There are so many unanswered questions about this, and there are also so many answered questions. Here's an unanswered question. Where's all of the park space that was promised? Here is that was an unanswered question. Here is an answered question. What are the tactics that the police use against protesters? Violence. And who are the actual people committing violence in this movement? The police. We cannot seriously continue to go on with this kind of policymaking and this kind of legislation. At some point, a change is going to happen. And if you all vote yes today, it is going to come at your expense, at the expense of the seats that you sit in. Because the people of this city are sick of taking the violent repression that has been given to us at every single turn. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jax Crowder. Jax Crowder, you'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
Dang, thanks whoever did that. Dang, council, back at it again with the tyrannical plans. 2016, everybody? No? That's all right. I'm old. So I am a military veteran. I want to call back Councilperson Lewis. I'm not sure where he is right now. I know it's a long process. But as a military veteran, I know what militarization looks like. This looks like militarization of the police. Councilperson Norwood, I am a resident of your district. I do not want this. I also am wondering why we are getting emails about about the fact that house parties are illegal when we have much bigger issues at hand. I understand, yeah, it's an inconvenience, but you know what's really inconvenient? Having your house raided by the police because you are bailing people out of jail for wrongful accusations, wrongful allegations, and trumped-up charges that are extremely harmful to the forward movement of this community. I'm getting chills, y'all. I work in the wellness industry. I am a yoga teacher. I am a Buddhist as a practice, not as a religion. I am a peaceful person, or at least I want to be. I am finding an extremely difficult time to continue to be peaceful when we have people who want to say what they need to say, but they are not allowed to be in the building. When the entire building is empty, they are not allowed to be in the building. Hi, Councilperson Lewis, thank you for returning back. This is a militarized police training no, I understand. I'm not coming at you for that. I'm coming at you because this is a militarized police training facility, and I know that as a former military person myself. Because I can see it, I know what the training looks like, and I know that this is a continued effort to minimize the actions and the wants of the people. I wasn't prepared for 4 minutes, so whoever did that, thank you so much. I can sit up here and just preach and stare. As a person in the wellness industry, I know that healing is important. I know that healing is going to continue to be important, especially for the marginalized communities. The marginalized communities that, as you've heard, are continuing to be neglected as we build this facility in their houses, in their backyards. I understand that healing has to happen, and with police, that will not happen. Studies have shown, and you can do the homework for yourself, that over-policing does not help people. Continuing to fill the prisons does not help people. Continuing to make sure that for-profit prisons get their money does not help people. What helps people is to take the police, train them in what actually matters, mental health, and allow them to not have their arms pointed at the people and shooting somebody 57 times for sitting cross-legged because we don't like them. That's not okay. I make jokes, but that's not okay. I yield my time, and it looks like Mr. Lewis wants to speak. I yield my time.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
The part about the militarizing the police is there won't be any tanks there. So the stuff that's out there, ain't no tanks, that militarized stuff out there.
Tactics are militarization.
And as we say, I just want to make sure I spoke to that. I want to make sure I spoke directly to that, because I know a lot of
Everyone, we're just delaying other people speaking. Please let the council member respond. He was called out by name.
And I'm responding too, because you called me. I made sure I did respond.
Appreciate that.
And when you say that part, they won't be there. The price of all that stuff, I made sure I went to the mayor. We talked to him. Even though I won't be so, my vote's easy vote, but I went and I had a conversation about some of the misconceptions, some of that misinformation that's out there about that costs too. Ain't none of that stuff going in there because of the price. Anyway, so I want to make sure I said that. Thank you, President.
Tactics are militarization.
Thank you. Time has expired. Thank you. Next will be Amy Taylor. You'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
Hello again. I am Amy Taylor. I live on Key Road within 250 feet of the development, and I am the resident representative of my community, Starlight Heights, on the Community Stakeholders Advisory Committee. I want to make it clear my comments today are my own, and I am only here as a representative of my community, not any organization or committee, including the CSAC. I am a property owner, just like the City of Atlanta. Unlike the City of Atlanta, I would not be allowed to set up surveillance and terrorize my neighborhood. This is my neighborhood you are making decisions about, and I'm already tired of living in a police occupation. Several of my neighbors and I have endured negative interactions with the police while walking on roads around the property. because we don't have sidewalks. As a resident of Key Road, I have been harassed, intimidated, interrogated, followed, and had to tell an officer to turn off his flashing blue lights at 4 in the morning because everybody else was trying to sleep. Of course, he was in his car sleeping just fine. An investigator was sent to my house to get my tag number for absolutely no reason other than I circled the property in my car and took some pictures of the runoff of sediment from the property into Entrenchment Creek. Photos I have on a Google Drive, and I am happy to share with anybody else who wants to see them. They are horrific. And even after the silt fences were fixed and were in compliance, silt is still draining into Entrenchment Creek. The development is in violation of the Clean Water Act, and I have photographic proof. However, the courts, EPD, and seemingly this council failed to acknowledge the environmental impact already taking place. Some opinions of the development believe the police presence will bring increased safety to my neighborhood. Currently, as APD guards the area around the property, on public DeKalb property and out of their jurisdiction, drag racers continue to speed past my house, and I hear gunfire all night long. Yet residents are harassed and interrogated for simply existing in public spaces. The police presence has not deterred the crime in my neighborhood. What it has brought is drama, violence, and a murder scandal. A few months ago, the mayor made a short visit to my neighborhood. He knocked on about 10 to 15 doors and actually spoke to a fraction of those homeowners and renters. I sat him down in my front yard and had a discussion. I would like to present the council with the same questions I asked him. And I would like your answers today. Why is this property so special? Obviously, people want to keep the green space here. You can build or utilize another property. You cannot move the forest. Why not consider other location options? Where is the accountability? Why should I believe anything that has been done on the CSAC won't be changed or expanded upon once the dust settles and no one is no longer watching? What guarantee or compensation is in place for the residents of Starlight Heights and other residents who have invested their lives and savings into their homes? What happens if this development ruins our property values? We heard the promise of a green space before from Atlanta in 2017. What guarantee is there that this isn't another bait and switch for future police training development? And who is going to pay for the additional environmental assessment and development for the rest of the 200 acres?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Devin Barrington Ward. We'll have up to 2 minutes.
Again, ain't no crime wave in Atlanta. Can't be. Half of the damn force is down here. But I appreciate that our president has kept officers off the street because maybe another black person won't get killed today by the police. There are many white people who are trying to solve the problem, but you never see them going under the label of liberal. That white person that calls themselves a liberal is the most dangerous thing in the entire Western Hemisphere. He's the most deceitful. He's like a fox. And a fox is always more dangerous in the forest than the wolf. You see, with the wolf, you know the wolf is coming. You know what the wolf is up to. But you see, with the fox, he has his mouth shaped in such a way that you think it's a smile and you mistake him as a friend. Dustin Hillis and Matt Westmoreland are those white liberals that Malcolm X talked about. They're the white moderates that Dr. King talked about from the jail in Memphis, in Birmingham, excuse me. You know, I ran against, and Matt, I'll deal with you another day. Dustin, though, I ran against you in 2021, after you voted against the reimagining of the Atlanta Police Department under the legislation that Councilmember Antonio Brown introduced. That bill lost by 1 vote. You got on my list on that day. You also got on my list because I continue to have residents come up to me and talk about how you've weaponized code enforcement to take their homes away, and you've given it to the Atlanta Police Foundation. And I want to be very clear. We know what you and your wife have been up to, and I'm sure there's a RICO racketeering case that's right here at City Council and misuse of office. Sir, be clear. I have no intentions to run against you ever again. I have better things to do with my time. But I will make sure, because you introduced this legislation, I will make sure you will not have that seat. Yes, sir. For the rest of the folks here on council, I understand y'all need the police because y'all got lawbreakers and criminals all up on this council. Y'all need therapy because you continue. Y'all need therapy because you continue to project your dysfunction onto the rest of us. And y'all need Jesus.
Time is expired.
Not white Jesus.
Thank
you need black Jesus.
Time
the
is expired.
The abolitionists, the one that would come up in here like it's a temple and would tear tables up and would flog y'all.
Time is
expired. For the misuse of power against the people that he even trusted you all to serve. You all should be ashamed.
Time is expired.
And the fact that y'all are allowing yourselves to be taken for a ride by this mayor is insanity.
Mr. Barrington-Moore, time is expired.
Insanity. I'll yield now.
Time is expired. Thank you. Next is, let's keep moving. We got a lot of folks. Next is Kyle Lamont. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
We know, Dustin. We know how you tried to gentrify the city with your office.
Mr. Ward, you've had your time. You've had your time. Mr. Ward, you've had your time.
Mr. Ward, thank you. I brought my passport today because I drove 5 minutes to get here. I'm a community leader and advocate, so I'm here to go against the narrative that is all outsiders here to protest against Cop City. Atlanta, the city in the forest. Atlanta, home of the civil rights movement. Atlanta, home of social change. Atlanta, home of the largest black LGBTQI community in the world. Atlanta, home of the most black businesses per capita anywhere. Today, we will send a message that anywhere black and brown people find a safe haven, they must be policed. Not only must they be policed, but they will have it done with the largest facility in America. Today, you will write the playbook for the world to follow for the continued destruction of black bodies, of precious black lives. Today, you will send a message that it must be done at any cost, whether you destroy a forest or whether you completely ignore the voices of your community. Do I really need to spend time lecturing the elected on environmental injustices that already exist in our communities? Do I really need to spend time lecturing elected officials on the multitude of ways that this will continue to exasperate environmental issues? The people in this room by far are young, and we will be your constituents for generations to come, and our memories will not be short. Matt Westmoreland, you consider yourself a member of the LGBTQI community. Stop taking pictures with us and start voting with us.
Y'all, every time we cheer, we just take longer. We've got over 200 people who are waiting to speak, so let's keep moving. Brima and Bowie, you have up to 6 minutes due to yielded time.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I do have to remind you once again that my name is pronounced Ibrahim Mbo.
Thank you.
Yeah, he should be familiar. You know, it's the name of your patron saint, Saint Abraham, first, father of all three religions, Ibrahim Mbo. So just clarifying that once again. Now, I'd like to start by saying I'm glad to feel enamored and loved by all the people here who finally have a chance to speak up against this injustice which you people continuously push on us. I feel this annoyance every time I stand up here and I see one of you looking away, looking at your phones, enjoying your snacks or whatever else nonsense you have to do. It's a ridiculous clown and pony show. At least this time you had the self-respect not to put the minstrel show in front of me. Instead, you had them come up and pretend to be one of us and talk up with us. But, you know, for the sake of civility, which I know you guys love to pretend like you have, I'll be civil with you and say this. Civil disobedience is a lie that you have manufactured to make us feel as though the only way to act within a system is to use our words when you guys use violence against us. Understand this. Martin Luther King said that rioting is the voice of the people who are unheard. And you are not hearing us. You have deafened yourself to us continuously. Every single day I see you. You do not hear us. I am speaking and you do not hear me. And I want you to see me. I want you to look at me and I want you to see me. I want you to use all 5 senses to experience what I'm saying to you. You do not care about the city of Atlanta. You simply do not. There are only 2 choices here. Sending back is not an option. You have yes or no. This is not a third option thing. This is not a binary. We are not giving you the choice to step back. We are giving you the chance to say yes or no. And if you do not say no, you are not with us. You are against us. And we will remember that. We will continue to remember that. This unending need for this sense of decorum is ridiculous to me. Where's the decorum where cops shoot people? Where's the decorum when I step up and you mispronounce my name? Where's the decorum there? There is no decorum. There is no civility, and there is no justice. The Atlanta City Council has continued to fail us, and it will continue to fail us if you vote yes. And we will remember this failure. It will be the first failure of, well, not the first. It will be one of the many failures that you have given us. And it'll be, well, let me give you another example, actually. When I came in here, right, I was told that we're not allowed to bring liquids. And I find that very interesting because what particular danger do liquids have to you guys in particular? What, you worry about an acid attack? Oh, my fault. Yeah. I think the bigger danger that the liquids actually hold is the nourishment that it supplies us, the water that it gives us, and the energy that it'll provide to us when we step up to you and use our voices against you. Even now, I can't use my voice to its full capacity because I've been dehydrated for nearly 4 hours. And I imagine many other people have been like that too. We have been dehydrated, not only physically, but mentally too. We've been dehydrated by this council, we've been dehydrated by the police department, and we have been continuously dehydrated by the injustice that we experience every single day. The police department is not justice. These laws are not justice. There used to be a time in this country where the laws of slavery were justice. Would you consider that justice? I wouldn't. You have to take a deep look into the systems that we exist into. There is no binary. Cops are not the good guys. They aren't. I know you guys like to play cops and robbers when you were younger. I know many of you have. I know many have gone to college, probably got law professions and understood the history of this nation. So I do not need to explain to you the history of materialism. I do not need to explain to you the history of racism. And I do not need to explain to you the history of justice. I won't explain it to you. I simply won't. It's not my job. But I will tell you how you can act on justice today. Vote no. It's not difficult. You have it right in front of you. You have yes or no. And if you continue to not say no, just know you do not stand with justice. You do not stand with us. You have failed us over and over and over again, and I'm begging and pleading on my knees. One time, make the right decision. Stand with the people of Atlanta, and stand with us, please.
Thank you. Next group, this is 49 through 56. Cleos Trebakis, Alan Peterson, Tim Jewett, Susie Duran, Marianne Ahmad, Alexander Panavka, and Barry Lee. I'm trying to get better.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Councilman Bakhtiari.
I am very sorry for the fact that y'all are not able to bring liquids in today, but I do want to say we contacted Watershed and there was a pallet brought. So if you are thirsty, there's water at the bottom of the stairs and we just brought water out into this area right here if you are thirsty. So I apologize again. So
Thank you.
that's all of us.
Cleo Strabakis. Cleo Strabakis. Alan Peterson.
They made water available to everyone outside.
You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Yeah, they turned the pond back on.
Council members, hi, I'm Alan Peterson. I'm an 18-year Atlantan and a small business owner here in Atlanta. I love Atlanta, and I do not want our police force, to be further militarized. City council members, the word is out. The everyday people of Atlanta are overwhelmingly opposed to this incredibly wasteful and unjust training facility. I'm not talking about out-of-state billionaires here, but everyday voting Atlantans. City council members, represent us. You might look at this group of people and think that we all walked in here after camping in the Weelaunee Forest, but that is not true. We live here. Your district's city council members are not as pro-cop as you seem to think they are. Listen to us. Listen to the Atlantans that you should be representing. It's widespread agreement. The word about this facility is out. The news, the truth about this facility is out, and everyday Atlantans see it as the most profoundly corrupt measure of our lifetimes. The word is out, and the more people know about this deal, the more people recognize how bad it is. Don't throw good money after bad. Don't throw millions upon double millions of good money at this wasteful and unjust facility that the everyday voting people of Atlanta do not want. You've seen and heard today how frustrated everyday Atlantans are that you are not listening to them. Council members Bakhtiari and Westmoreland, I saw you in my neighborhood this weekend at the Neighbor in Need Gala. That kind of contribution to our community is the kind of contribution that we need, the kind of investment in the community that we need, not wasting millions on militarizing our police force. That was a feel-good moment, but this is far more important because it will have far greater impact. The wrong direction is Cop City, and everyone knows it. You can't whitewash this to make it okay.
Time has expired. Tim Jewett. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
This thing bend? Oh, it does. Hello, beautiful people of Atlanta. I might be a little older and more cynical than some of you, but I don't believe that the people who make decisions in Atlanta are in this room today. I didn't come to face a government that turns its backs on its people. So, I've heard they've been in here bored all day, whatever. So a little bit about me. I've lived here just under a year. I'm registered to vote in Georgia. I live in the Old Fourth Ward. I have a job in East Point, commute there, so I don't know whether I'm a local, an outsider, whether I agitate people or not. But I came here today to talk to you people. I took the day off of work today. There's no place I'd rather be on this planet. And it's because of you. Now, I'm sorry that, we're here because of the fascists. And, it's true. At least they're good at organizing a few people. I came in the spirit of one of the people I consider my ancestors, Bertrand Russell, great philosopher from the 20th century. You are the beautiful people. You're the people that woke up this morning with your hearts full of joy. You're the people that are here with love in your hearts. You're here, the people that are creative and can imagine a better way. And it's frustrating because at every turn, your whole lives, people have been fighting you step by step. This is just another example of that right here. So I just want to say I love you. Thank you for honoring me with your presence. People know more about this subject than anyone else, and they're not, like I said, the people who are making the decisions, they're not in this room. And I appreciate your efforts and love. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be, let me just check. Did Cleo Strabakis make it in the room? No. Susie Duran, you'll have up to 8 minutes due to yielded time.
Thank you. I'm not sure. I think it's supposed to be 10 minutes for other folks seated.
I don't think so. I found up to 8.
Okay.
I'll look through while you're looking.
Thank you. I am tired. I am so tired. Emotionally tired. Physically tired because I'm also disabled. I am so tired. My name is Susie Duran. I'm an Atlanta resident and very recent Georgia State graduate with an economics degree, so I know a little something. I'm also an organizer. I also happen to be the chair of the Atlanta chapter of the National Lawyers Guild. I have been a member and trained legal observer with the National Lawyers Guild for the past almost 7 years in this city of Atlanta. And this is since I've moved to Atlanta from Marietta 7 years ago. If the Atlanta Police Foundation has threatened you or your family in exchange to support Cop City, please blink twice. Because I cannot think of any other logical explanation. For those unfamiliar with the National Lawyers Guild, we are the nation's oldest and most progressive bar association in the country. We were also the first to be racially integrated. We were founded in 1937, organizing unions, and we've since stood on the right side of history with a rich and noble history of being at the forefront of movements for social change. And being on the right side of history, it has always sided with the people and with movements.
I know there's nothing you can do about it.
The National Lawyers Guild is a progressive bar association, not just limited to lawyers, but law students, jail workers, legal workers. And if any of y'all want to help me legal observe, we can welcome you too. We are 100% grassroots and member-based and member-funded only organization. We don't take money from anything or anybody else. With chapters all over the country, including the City of Atlanta, UGA Law Chapter, Emory Law Chapter, and Georgia State Law Chapters. The NLG has organized labor unions, supported the New Deal policies when the American Bar Association was against it, and we even prosecuted Nazis at Nuremberg. The NLG has represented Vietnam War drafters, FBI-targeted members of the Black Panther Party, the American Indian Movement, and the Puerto Rican Independence Movement, and helped expose illegal FBI and CIA surveillance, infiltration, and disruption tactics. We are no stranger to state-sponsored political repression. That is our history, that is our origin. Specifically, though, our mass defense and legal observer programs, we are proud to protect protesters on the streets and in the courtrooms, aiding countless movements in their work towards justice. And the idea of a legal observer, the idea of community members watching the police in their neighborhoods, originated from the Black Power movement. It was when the Black Panther Party in 1966 decided to patrol the Oakland Police Department. Since then, something kind of like Cop Watch came about, and that exists to this day. There's Atlanta Cop Watch in the city too. And being a bar association with the National Lawyers Guild did was they took components of that Cop Watch program that originated from the Black Panther Party and the Black Power movement, and we did like a little, legal spin-off kind of thing. As a legal observer, we are trained to observe, document police activity in the streets. The National Lawyers Guild, legal observers, all in lawyers, have also developed innovative legal strategies that have completely transformed human rights in courtrooms, not just in this country, but all over the world. Today, legal observing is a distinct practice from Cop Watch, and legal observing acts as a direct form of protester legal support, connecting activists to a much bigger support infrastructure made up of arrest hotlines, jail support teams, community bail funds, legal defense funds, attorney referral networks, and more. I joined the National Lawyers Guild as a legal worker in 2016 when I moved to Atlanta from Marietta. That's the same year the Atlanta Solidarity Fund was started to provide to protesters support for those who were arrested and repressed by local police, namely the Atlanta Police Department. But before the Atlanta Solidarity Fund in 2016, those organizers, the ones y'all swatted and arrested, and one of them couldn't get their medications and is disabled and was left there for 3 days, they had already been running jail support and hotlines for folks, even before ASF was formal or official, even named that way. By running the jail support hotline, Atlanta residents can feel assured that they have resources when they write the number on their arms. In fact, there was a moment during the civil rights movement in the 1960s in the South when writing down the phone number of a local National Lawyers Guild chapter or lawyer on an arm or wrist came to be a routine precaution before any demonstration. It was like wearing comfortable shoes or bringing a lemon to ward off the worst effects of tear gas. And it was a time when taking to the street was becoming the new normal, and encounters with law enforcement was an increasingly common occurrence. And any experienced protester knew that it was wise to have rapid access to legal first aid that they could trust. And it's a shame that 70 years later, we still do that. Legal observing is a constitutionally protected right and is also firmly enshrined as an international human right. And even prior to the full construction, Cop City has already proven to be a source of violence, oppression, militarized approaches to civilians, unconstitutional activity, and economic and environmental disaster. And earlier this year, to advance the Cop City, y'all arrested one of my legal observers. And that's not the first time Atlanta police has done that. It's not the first time legal observers have been detained, targeted, harassed, arrested, violated physically for observing police activity, violence, and state repression of social justice movements here in our very own city. The Atlanta Police Department has targeted Atlanta National Lawyers Guild legal observers before. Arresting a legal observer at a Fight for 15 rally in Atlanta? Atlanta Police Department threw a tear gas canister at my feet when I had my legal observer hat on, when I was filming police activity in the summer of 2020. That was the first time I had ever had tear gas exposure. I was blind the entire night because I didn't think I was gonna get tear gas, and I wore contacts. All I could do was hold my phone like this and hope I was filming something. And then a couple days later, Atlanta police said, arrest those two. And those two were two other legal observers. And there's one other thing I do want to make sure I bring up, because I hear a lot about outside agitators, Twitter activists, and words like culture vultures that hurt very deeply. You know, I wasn't born or raised in Atlanta. My parents relocated to Marietta following the 1996 Olympic construction boom. They were farm workers from Mexico, and I still have family members who are farm workers, and my dad was a construction worker, and he worked on the scaffold all over Metro Atlanta, Chamblee, Buckhead, downtown, until he fell off and broke his back and was temporarily paralyzed. I may not have been born and raised in this city, but I'm not an outside agitator. We're immigrants. We're not Twitter activists. I don't have to have been born and raised here. But I wasn't born and raised here, but my DNA is an infrastructure of this city by way of my father's blood and sweat.
Time's expired.
Y'all have to know that the police, every time I legal observe,
Thank
snark
you.
comments, mockery, it is all
Time's
becoming unprofessional
Thank you.
and unnecessary.
Next is Miriam Ahmad. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Ooh, dang, that messed me up. Hey, my name is Mariam Ahmad. I was born and raised here, and I live within 5 miles of the proposed site of Cop City, the same place where Emmanuel was brutally murdered by police. No officers have been held accountable. There's no justice for Tort's family. I've seen this happen way too many times here. Our narratives are always falsified to fit corporations and politicians' interests. We have been telling you we do not want Cop City for years. Cop City is extremely dangerous for us all. This is not a public safety training center. This is not for our safety. The original plans included military-grade training facilities and even a Black Hawk helicopter landing pad. Those are things to prepare for war. And clearly the only ones that you're preparing for war are war on us. The police in Atlanta already participate in Gilly, so they train with a military that is known for excessive force, responsible for war crimes, such as the murder of innocent civilians, including children, thousands and thousands of children. This is the same training that they want to continue at Cop City. I'm a public health professional. The American Public Health Association has declared police violence a public health issue in need of public health solutions. Public health is about prevention. Saying no to Cop City today will be an important piece in violence prevention in our community. The city council members that voted yes last time could have prevented violence that happened to Tort. Cop City is extremely detrimental to our health. We need to focus on communities' health determinants, which include fresh food, clean water, safety, real safety, transportation, education, jobs opportunities, housing, green space, mental and physical health care. Instead of building healthier communities, we are struggling for basic necessities like housing. We already have a weak public health infrastructure, which became even more obvious during COVID. The director of the World Health Organization recently warned that we need to prepare for the next pandemic, which will be even deadlier. We have to put our public funds towards our health and not towards our destruction. Stop Cop City now. Vote no.
Thank you. Next is Alexander Panovka. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex. I'm 22 years old and I've lived in Atlanta my whole life. So I'd like to discuss this document, which is the Atlanta City Design. This is a document that was adopted into the city charter in 2017, and I believe that 6 of the current city council members, as well as Mayor Andre Dickens, worked with this document. So I'd like to talk about how Cop City betrays and contradicts the vision for a better Atlanta that was established with the design here. So I'd first like to talk about the design for nature. The city said, "We'll protect the enduring and irreplaceable green lungs of Atlanta." The green lungs are 4 heavily forested areas that provide key environmental, social, and economic benefits to the city. One of these areas is the South River Forest, the site of Cop City. And while the planning department has labeled the forest as the last chance for a massive urban park, Cop City would remove many acres of forested land and effectively kill that plan. The design also promises to connect the park to a massive citywide trail network. It acknowledges that the ability to escape into nature is essential for our physical and mental health. The construction of this facility will end any aspirations for that park. It would take away people's ability to enjoy what remains of the natural forest. Communities that fear police violence will not be able to relax in a park that is so close to a police shooting range. Funding Cop City will also undermine the Atlanta City Design's ambitions to improve equity and equality. South Atlanta's low-income communities will lose the environmental and social benefits of the park while being burdened with other environmentally harmful sites. And while Atlanta likes to pride itself on core values including equity, progress, ambition, access to nature, this facility contradicts each of those core values. And I'd like to end by saying that the proposal for a militarized police training center is not progressive or ambitious. It's been tried many times, and a better future would involve investing in housing, transportation, healthcare, and green space.
Next up is Barry Lee. You'll have up to 10 minutes due to yielded time.
Are we ready?
Yes.
All right. My name is Barry Lee, and I am an artist here in Atlanta, and I have been living in this city for almost 15 years. I am deaf and rely on a hearing aid to communicate with others. I am here today because I am urging you to stop Cop City and allocate the proposed funds toward creating better accessibility for the city of Atlanta. I have gone through a few instances with police officers in routine traffic stops where as soon as I asked to repeat something because I'm deaf, the officer would get really irate with me, where I would have to be the one to de-escalate those situations and say, "I'm deaf, I can't hear you." In one instance, an officer thought I was drunk at 10 a.m. in the morning because of slurring speech due to my deafness and the braces that I had on my teeth at the time. I was sober and a teenager, just trying to go to a friend's house, when I was forced to take a breathalyzer test because the officer refused to believe me due to my speech differences. The National Council on Independent Living stated, throughout history, deaf and disabled people have been criminalized for their mere existence. The relationship between deaf and disabled people in the U.S. criminal and medical system begins with filthy institutions, isolation, experiments, pity, murder, jails, and prisons. Additionally, people with disabilities, particularly those living on the margins of race and gender identity, are far more likely to face police brutality. It was disturbing to learn that Adele, one of the 3 arrested in connection with the Atlanta Solidarity Fund, who was disabled, had to be put in solitary confinement in the jail because they had to use metal crutches to walk, pre and post bond. And y'all knew y'all were going to arrest this person. According to a statement against Cop City, released by New Disabled South Rising, studies have found that half of people killed by police in the United States have a disability. A fact emphasized by the reality of compliance culture in policing, which endangers the lives of disabled people and disproportionately targets Black Americans with disabilities. Anthony Hill, Matthew Zadok Williams, Shukri Ali Said, Scout Schultz, Brianna Greer. These are just a few names of disabled people killed by police here in Georgia. Urbanize Atlanta shared the city is currently facing an estimated $3 billion infrastructure backlog, meaning Atlanta is sorely lacking resources to make our city accessible, which includes improved sidewalks, bike lanes, paved nature trails, crosswalks, traffic signals, or bridge upgrades. You are already failing the disability community with your lack of care regarding the pandemic that is still actively killing members of our community. You are already failing the disability community to make sure that Atlanta is accessible for all to exist in. Even coming to last public comment, it was disappointing not to see an ASL interpreter in this building. As you can see, I had to bring an ASL interpreter because y'all don't give a damn about disabled people. DeKalb County Board of Commissioners hires ASL interpreters. Why don't you? Disabled people are a part of the Atlanta community. This facility won't make our community safer. It will tear them apart. Why aren't you putting these funds into making Atlanta a more accessible place that actually helps communities flourish? Instead of using these funds to destroy, traumatize, and provoke violence against vulnerable communities at the hands of police. This proposed facility only furthers the unnecessary violence against our community members. Shouldn't towards death have been enough for you to look into your own conscience to withdraw your support for this facility? Or are most of you in such a codependent relationship with Brian Kemp, the cops, and corporations, or excuse me, I should call those corporations outside agitators, that you are just too afraid to speak towards name? If you vote for these funds to be used toward this facility, don't go crying about Brian when he tries to pass bills harming vulnerable communities that would have cops who would be trained in this facility enacting violence on these vulnerable communities. Your vote would play a complicit hand in future repression, the repression you all claim to be against. The repression that is actively happening right now here in Georgia. We are offering solutions and alternatives. You just aren't listening. You work for us, not the cops or corporations. We don't want our tax dollars to fund more violence in the hands of the state. And it was atrocious this morning when I arrived here at 8:30 in the morning to do my public duty, and they told us we couldn't be here until 11:15. That is deeply inaccessible. And it's also inaccessible that we can't have liquids in here. My voice is perched. There are people who need water. We're humans. Y'all are drinking water up here? Stop Cop City. Thank you.
Thank you. Next group. The next group of folks to speak, Erica Mead, Noah Grigney. Oh, Councilmember Bond. Sorry.
No, I just wanted to respond on a point of order to the gentleman. Last term, I authored legislation to make sure that we had interpreters and a means for those who are disabled to hear our meetings. And it was the case for a while, but I apologize to you. Someone you need to get with Channel 26 to see why it's not occurring now. But the city has already acted to do that 2 or 3 years ago.
Thank you. Next group of speakers, Erica Mead, Noah Grigney, Tanya Washington, Allison Johnson, Ron Shakir, Tim Franzen, Fig White, Melina Abdullah, Reverend Yearwood, and Mark Thompson. And I also would just, for those who are outside, there are seats in the chamber. If you would like to come in, there is room for folks to come in, but I know pizza was delivered in the atrium, so many people are out eating at the moment, but we do have seats available inside the chamber. Erica Mead. Noah Grigney. You have up to 2 minutes. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Erica.
You'll have up to 6 minutes.
Oh, 6 minutes? Okay. Hello, how are y'all today? My name is Erica. I'm a resident of District 1. And I just want to say, Dustin Hillis, I want you to look like a council member in a chamber and not a teenager in an SAT tutoring class, please. Now, I need y'all to forget your personal beliefs on what police in Atlanta should look like. I call upon you to put aside your convictions on what the fate of the South River Forest should be. Do not base your vote on what you believe should happen, but base it on the undeniable fate of democracy. I'm a member of Neighborhood Zone NPUW. All of the neighborhood commissions voted against the creation of this so-called public safety center. Regardless of if you believe the site to be beneficial, those most geographically close said no. Democracy is a wave and it cannot be stopped. The police cannot be only inwardly accountable. The police of Atlanta cannot base their endeavors on funds which originate from private origin, 60 million of which will come from corporate donors through the APF. In spite of this blatant blasphemy to democracy, your vote has the power to be the arm of collective choice. Step out of line with the millionaires of the few of this great city and walk in step with the many of this land who are the workers, the mothers, and the everyday folks. As the city of Atlanta has proclaimed, when I first came in to speak to y'all, there was mid-May when y'all proposed the budget. It was the week to honor public safety workers. It's now a little bit later, but what better use to put these funds towards than to actually honor our public safety workers and not just give them a pledge that you will. Money cannot be transferred today, but the money that y'all might put to Cop City could clean the royally littered streets of 5 Points and turn our MARTA stations into transit centers of world-class quality. The urine-soaked elevators serve as proof that that is not the case. Have y'all ever seen so many people show up for public comment? We are here to raise our voice. We are here to let democracy ring at a deafening decibel. We know that you can hear us. Stand with democracy. We command you and the City Council, vote against this $67 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Noah Grigney. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
They paved paradise, put up a city for cops, with a shooting range and a fake bar on a fake block. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? They paved paradise, put up a city for cops. They took all the trees, locked them in a tree jail. Gave them DT charges, 50 years, no bail. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? They paved paradise, left their people to rot. Hey, City Council, cancel that fascist lease. You can still choose to listen, just leave us our beautiful trees. Please, don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? Save paradise, we don't need no city for cops. Jan 18th, we heard 57 shots. And our dear friend was murdered by those cops. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? Save paradise, someone please make it stop. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till
Time's
it's
expired.
gone?
Thank you. Next up will be Tanya Washington. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, City Council. My name's Tanya Washington. I signed in my personal capacity a letter of support for the Stop Cop City movement with faculty colleagues from Georgia State, Emory, and the AU Center. I did so because it's wrong. It's wrong on so many counts. It's wrong on process. It's wrong on policy. It's wrong on the fiscal investment. It's wrong on community engagement. It's wrong on the politics. And so I know this is a really big deal. This is a really big vote for this council to make. It kind of reminds me of the Gulch, where you guys were given 2 or 3 days to read a 500 or 600 page document with lots of details that City Council didn't have the opportunity to consider. This is a legislative body whose responsibility is to reflect the will of the constituents you represent. So I know it could be scary to vote against this, but if you can't vote no, just vote for it to go back to committee so we can explore the details, the additional details that are surfacing about how much it's going to cost, whether the lease agreement is procedurally sound or flawed. Send it back to committee. That doesn't mean you're taking on the powers that be that want this to happen, but it does mean you're adhering to your responsibility to your constituents. People have been here since 7 o'clock in the morning because this is a really big deal. Take the additional time, give yourselves the space and grace to make an informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Allison Johnson. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Yeah. Hello. So I do want to just start with power concedes nothing without demand. Never has, and it never will. I also do want to talk about what's happening with Cop City. That we as a city, as the cradle of civil rights, that we will allow or prioritize militarization over housing. We know even in our own households, our budgets are connected to our values. And we can see what's happening in this budget that's coming up. Atlanta is the second city in the nation with the highest amounts of rents increase, no wages increase. So I would think that we would have our priorities set on something totally different. I also want to acknowledge to the fact and thank some of you for working to create something that's supposed to be of service to the residents in the city of Atlanta around the Housing Help Center. But it doesn't go far enough. There are no tangibles in it. We haven't seen the budget. So I would ask that those monies and dollars that have been allocated, $600,000 to the Help Housing Center, that it comes to us so that we can also see it and review it. And I also ask that the budget, particularly with the Housing Trust Fund, that's a major priority over what's happening today. That we have more money coming in that trust fund, because if we don't, we'll all be living in Cop City. But I do want to also say, now is the time to do the right thing. We don't have another time. We can't regrow land.
Thank you. Next will be Ron Shakur. Ron Shakur. Next speaker is Ron Shakur. You have up to 2 minutes.
Ron Shakur, Southwest Atlanta. Atlanta's that special place. Atlanta's the place where people have come because they saw leaders that led the way. Atlanta is that special place where Morehouse, Morris Brown, Clark College, Spelman College came up, and they came up on not so equal land. But I am so glad that I came here a couple weeks ago, or saw it on TV, where Emory, I believe Georgia Tech might have, but the citizens across this city have stood up and said no to Cop City. Atlanta matters. Where would we be without an SCLC? What would Martin Luther King be on this vote? Where would Emma Darnell and the black leaders be on this vote? Where is the Julian Bond? Where would he be on this vote? Where would he stand? Where would Mr. Boone stand on this vote? They was down in the hallway as far as celebrating black history and black voices. The voices need to be clear today that Atlanta is not the city to be identified with military action or police cities. We know the history of black Atlanta. Atlanta means something to black communities all over the world. This city was not too long ago where black officers could not dress or change clothes except they do it in a separate place. We stand for right public processes, especially for polices. Our community need polices. Every community needs polices, but we do not need the resources to this amount. We need what Martin Luther King said, let us invest the right way into what our city needs, and that does not need materialism, military action, or more police. We need resources that go to the cause of making the humanity better. Humanity.
Time has expired, Mr. Shakur. Time has expired, Mr. Shakur. Respect the other speakers, please. Thank you. Tim Franzen, you have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
All right, good afternoon, y'all. I got some stream of consciousness chicken scratch here that I'm going to work through with y'all. My name is Tim Franzen. I'm with the American Friends Service Committee. I'm the Atlanta Economic Justice Program Director. And we've been doing a lot recently around this issue. And I just want to call out a couple of council members, not in a negative way, just some information. Jason Winston, how you doing? We don't know each other real well. I want to let you know that we had about 2,000 people, we knocked on 2,000 voters in your district in the last 2 weeks. And we had 2/3 of them were against the thing, totally against it. And a lot of them said they had already called you. And you're like, nah, I'm doing it anyways. I also want to say that 100%, and this is very rare, 100% of people that we talked to that were aware of Cop City from a media report were against it immediately. Never seen anything like it. I hope you're listening. You know, Byron, Councilman Amos, I have not had an opportunity to get to know you, but I've heard good things. I've heard that you were really advocating for the tenant advocacy office to maybe even be in your district. And that would be an amazing development, a place where tenants can go and complain and have accountability for HUD. It's something that we need. I've also heard that you were maybe going to vote no, maybe yes, man, or back and forth. And I know that you brought up, I know that Katherine Johnson happened in your district. And that's a consequence of overly militarized police. And I just hope that you'll hold that on your heart and think about it. Have an open mind. Marcy, did we do it today? I mean, this is, last time you said not quite historic. This is, right? This is the biggest one since you've been around. Come on, Marcy, give it to us. Thank you. You know, I think I know where you're at on this, but I came in with a lot of optimism. And, you know, I had this thought at the Finance Committee.
Time has expired.
There was a lot of
2 more minutes. Apologies.
Thank you. Can I have the 2 more minutes? There was a lot of people that were throwing shade on you, and I know that don't make you happy, but somebody said in the middle of that when they were criticizing, but she's so pretty, and I just saw your face light up. And for the rest of the comment, you were, and that is optimism if I've ever seen it, to be taking all this stuff and then to find something to smile about. I came in with that kind of optimism. I thought of you when I came in today. I want that kind of optimism, that it's possible. And I really want to thank Council people Bond, Boone, and Bakhtiari. Y'all might have stopped a riot. You know, you guys are human beings. I hope everybody knows that y'all are human beings. But everybody out there is human beings too. And they showed up as early as 8, 9, 10 o'clock to get in line to speak to an office, to City Hall that was locked to them. The door was, it wasn't supposed to be, no announcement. And then we were told we couldn't have food and water. We had to fight for hours for food and water. And it wasn't until council members came down and forced food and water in. It almost like you want something crazy to happen, right? I mean, Mary, we want to make sure people are fed, right? You don't want to have a riot. You know, we've been really working hard to get folks committed to a political solution, a nonviolent solution. And I'm amazed that all these young folks that have grown up with climate change anxiety have been down to take this disciplined direction. Let us have a shot at it. Today I'm asking you guys to send it back to committee. I know that this is a way out for you guys that feel forced to vote yes. Give us some time. Give us some grace. Give us some time to create and imagine new solutions. Vote no.
Thank you. Next will be Fig White. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name's Fig White. I'm with Housing Justice League. And I first wanted to honor the lives of Jimmy Atchison, Matthew Zadok Williams, Jamarion Robinson, Manuel Turan, and LaShawn Thompson, who have all died at the hands of police, tragically and violently at the hands of police, just in the state of Georgia, in the greater Atlanta area. I wanted to emphasize the need for funding for housing, and I think that these funds could be greatly used for affordable housing in the city of Atlanta. I just wanted to highlight the research done around Housing First initiatives done around the U.S. and some out of the country as well, And this is immediate access to subsidized housing with no stipulations like sobriety or anything like that, has shown strong evidence over decades of research that it led to a quicker exit of homelessness and greater housing stability over time, with a 73% success rate versus a 32% success rate, which is what we currently have with, forcing people to get sober before they can access housing. This saves tens of thousands of dollars each year in emergency department services like ER visits and jail sentences. So this would be better for the city budget over a long term. Housing Justice League has touched on many different solutions to the affordable housing crisis that we have in the city of Atlanta. I think that, where was I going with that? We just need affordable housing. Like, I think the people who are most affected by, just being low income and trying to access housing, you issue them housing choice vouchers, but they can't use them anywhere because no one will accept them. So people are getting pushed further and further out of the Atlanta area, and these people are, they're Atlanta citizens, like they're Atlanta residents. They've been here for decades. Like their parents have been here, their grandparents have been here, and they're being pushed out of the city, and it's not fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Melina Abdullah. Melina Abdullah. Reverend Yearwood. Oh. Sorry, are you Melina Abdullah? Right, you have up to 2 minutes.
So my name is Melina Abdullah with Black Lives Matter Grassroots. I'm here from Los Angeles. I got off a plane at 2 a.m. leaving my 3 children with a care provider. I am what you would call an outside agitator. But I bet you wouldn't call Dr. Martin Luther King an outside agitator. Martin Luther King, who went to Montgomery, Alabama to lead the Montgomery bus boycott. Martin Luther King, who went to Chicago for the Poor People's Campaign. Martin Luther King, who went to Memphis to work with black workers. I bet you wouldn't call your daddy an outside agitator who participated in sit-ins and freedom rides and freedom summers. See, we know as black people, as black organizers, our freedom is bound up one with another. And so when Queen Yonajaha, when community movement builders alert us to what's happening in Atlanta, we fly from Los Angeles and leave our children and do the work that's required for black freedom. We also remember that the war is also being declared on us. What you're planning to do with Cop City affects me and my children. And so there is nothing more dangerous than pretending that we live at peace when you've declared war on us, when you have literally stolen lives. We say his name, Tortuguita. We say his name. When you are claiming prisoners of war, war has been declared on us, and we will fight back. We will fight back. We are fighting back. Finally, I want to uplift that budgets are moral and ethical documents, and they're zero-sum games. So if you spend $67 million on Cop City, you are not supporting housing or mental health care or resources for community. We say stop Cop City.
Thank you.
Stop Cop City.
Thank you.
Do the right thing and stop Cop City.
Thank you. Next is Reverend Yearwood. Next is Reverend Yearwood. Due to yield the time, you have up to 4 minutes. Councilor Bond? Sorry, Reverend Yearwood, hold just a moment.
No problem. Thank you. I just want to say for the record, I've never referred to protesters as outside agitators. When I was arrested protesting apartheid, I would have been considered an outside agitator when I was arrested. And I would just ask for the courtesy as we respect the Muskogee ancestors, if you would respect my ancestor that you will respect my father. Thank you. And he just as we all hold those who've gone before us in dear care, if you want to criticize someone, please criticize me and don't invoke my father's memory, please. Okay. Please.
Everyone, you've all had a chance to speak. Please let Councilmember Bond speak.
I didn't interrupt any person who spoke or spoke over them. I'm just asking for that same courtesy that we're extending to others. Okay? That's all I've asked for.
Thank you, Councilmember Bond. Reverend Yearwood, you'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
Thank you so much. My name is Reverend Yearwood. I am the president of the Hip Hop Caucus. In this process, as president of the largest hip hop political organization in the world, I've had a chance to talk with both sides. I've talked with those from the community movement builders. I've talked with activists like Yo Nazaha. I've talked with forest defenders, and we've had conversations with the mayor's office. We've looked at this issue extensively. We've looked at all angles, so I had the opportunity to sit exactly where you are as the president of the Hip Hop Caucus with that responsibility of what that means. And I can come to you, and hopefully you will come to the same conclusion. Hip Hop Caucus has said no to Cop City. I am also an environmentalist. Was very blessed to be named by this country, the United States of America, in 2015 as a climate hero. And in that process, being called a climate hero, I also wanted to be here because part of my role was to be in Egypt at the climate conference last year, and I will be in Dubai at the climate conference this year, was in Scotland the year before. But you are making my job much harder, because it would be very hard for me to tell the world to be clear on climate justice when we are here in Atlantis and we don't put forth racial justice. It'll be very hard for me to go to the world to explain to them that we understand the climate crisis that we are in, that we understand what we are dealing with, but here we would rather build a facility that is about militarized police instead of building a facility to deal with renewable energy and clean energy and deal with that. It is very hard for that. And with all due respect, I knew your father quite well. And I know this because in 2013, outside the White House, me and him as two black activists made a decision to get arrested outside the White House when President Obama was president. And we made that decision. We linked arms together outside the White House. That was the last time that he was arrested for anything. And when he was arrested for climate justice. And I went to jail with him, and I sat next to him in that jail cell. And I can tell you this, I can't say what he would do, obviously, but I can tell you that he would understand that this is our lunch counter moment for the 21st century. And so as I close, the whole world is watching. What you may not know that today is World Environment Day. And on World Environment Day, they are watching you, your decision. And let me say this on this June 5th of 2023. 100 years from now, on June 5th, 2123, none of us in this room will be here. But we will decide if we'll have some broken down relic that was called Cop City, or we will have clean air and clean water. That is your decision today. Stop Cop City. Stop Cop City. Stop Cop City. Make the right decision today. I know you will, I know you can, and all power to the people.
Time has expired. Next up will be Mark Thompson. Just a note before you start, Mr. Thompson. I've been told that some of the elevators are broken. We are working on those. They've not been shut down. They're actually not working. So I don't know why. I've just been informed of that. So we're trying to get those fixed. You have up to 2 minutes. You have up to 2 minutes.
My name is Reverend Mark Thompson, and I was the founding chair of the Washington, D.C. branch NAACP Metropolitan Police and Criminal Justice Review Task Force. Our task force authored legislation establishing the Office of Police Complaints. We were enlisted by Chief Charles Ramsey at the time to address racist police text messages, and we consulted on establishing new use of force guidelines. We also established a diversity awareness and sensitivity training program at the D.C. Police Academy. In that program, I taught a class entitled The Historical Relationship Between African Americans and Law Enforcement. So while I may be an outsider, I'm one with extensive experience in these matters in another major African American city. The text for my course was Black on Black Violence, the Psychodynamics of Black Self-Annihilation in Service of White Domination by the renowned clinician, the late Dr. Amos Wilson. He wrote, Black criminality is not accidental, coincidental, or aberrant. He argued that over-policing Black communities leads to the criminalization of those communities, justifying oppression, denial of civil and human rights, and racial discrimination. The alleged criminality of the Black community is used to rationalize severe police repression and the facilitation of white American economic control of the African American community and the creation of social service and criminal justice industries. Dr. Wilson also wrote, police personnel should be taught to perceive and acquit themselves not as occupiers of the African American community, not as its rulers or as enforcers of quasi-colonial laws, but as its servants and employees. The police and criminal justice establishments must respect the intelligence of the African American community and its capacity to know how to best solve its own problems. This community has intelligently spoken, and the city leaders should listen. The police treatment of Tortuguita and the Atlanta Solidarity Fund and other activists confirms that the Atlanta police should not be rewarded with their own amusement park. The only police centers that are needed are centers for police de-escalation and demilitarization. And as Atlanta's most famous son, Dr. King himself said, we can never be satisfied as long as we are the victims of the unspeakable horrors of police brutality. Atlanta City Council, stop Cop City.
Thank you. Everyone, before I call the next group of speakers, I just want you to know that we've suspended the rules so that more people can speak, but the more that you cheer after every speaker, the longer it goes and the less that people will be able to speak. So I'm just asking you, to work together so that we get as many people as quickly as possible so they don't have to go home, so they can speak if they want to. Next group, Marcus Coleman. I believe that's a Monty Benjamin, Kimberly Brooks, Jordan Harmon, Amber Sherman, Curtis Duncan, and DeMonta Barrino. First up will be Marcus Coleman. You'll have up to 6 minutes due to yielded time.
What number you on?
So sorry, we're at 74 through 84.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and Council. I hate that Mr. Bond stepped away. What I was going to say was, Mr. Bond, your father's reputation is impenetrable. It is your legacy that is at question. Let me first start off with giving a salute to the members of Until Freedom, Tamika, my son, Linda, Angelo, who are standing in Louisville today for what would have been and what should have been Breonna Taylor's 30th birthday. And to make matters worse, they are in Louisville giving respect to what we're doing here in Atlanta, so I thought we need to reciprocate that love. You know, we talked about the water, and I know that it's worked out. You can go get some water. But when I first heard that on the news, it made me think about the voter suppression where you can't hand out water to voters in the voting line. A lot of people have spoken. And I'm going to shift my gears. Brother, I promise you, Brother Lewis, Antonio Lewis, Councilman Lewis, I promise you, I had you on my spirit before I came here this morning. I saw you on the news and you were standing with a family that many of us have supported, and you were saying, where are you all at? And I know we got some comrades in common. I hear you on WAOK. I got to say this to you, brother. In 1966 is when the first SWAT unit was created in LAPD. Do you know the definition of a SWAT member? It is a paramilitary officer. As soon as the SWAT, I'm telling this to you, brother, because I see you in a lot of good places, that you got to be armed with the truth. As soon as SWAT units were erected, that militarized every police department that has one. A SWAT member is not only a paramilitary officer, but that paramilitary officer is armed with weaponry and strategy from the military, making it a militarized police department. Baby boo-boo, boom com pont savant. I'm not just throwing up a t-shirt because I like this hideous picture of this 19-month-old toddler. I happen to lead the charge of this state's largest, most high-profile demilitarization of police case, where Habersham County blew up a toddler by throwing in a flashbang grenade, which at Cop City, I'm sure there's going to be plenty of that bombs going off, plenty of that action. And furthermore, flashbang grenades weren't created for our streets. They were created for war zones abroad. So please, brother, please don't make that mistake again. A militarized training compound is exactly what this is. It's funny that $36 million was an oversight. I think, what was it being called, a message blunder? Well, sending it back to committee is something that I definitely support for those of you who don't have the courage to say, hey, I just want to stop it. But send it back to committee for your fiscal responsibility to your constituents. And no wonder the $36 million was an oversight, because it totally dispels the mayor's Atlanta's safety is our North Star and the minimization of the police involvement in this compound. What do I mean? Because of $36 million, you guys are paying rent to the police foundation. I mean, I don't know any other connection to, but let me make sure I say this, please. To the Atlanta Police Foundation, who was at the middle or bottom of the totem pole until after the summer of 2020. Your existence is merely due to our resistance. That the Atlanta Police Foundation was funneled with money on the heels of this uprising. You know, here in Georgia, we're supposed to, protest like nice little boys and girls. We're not supposed to color outside the lines. I'll be honest, there's so much has been said. I mean, my spirit, part of me doesn't even really want to be here. You know why? Because this morning when I came here, I sat by the bedside of Dr. Ambassador Joseph Beasley, who is a dear friend, father figure, mentor of mine. And what's sad is 3 blocks up the road, you've got a global figure who's helped thousands of people, and when he's damn near on his deathbed, his house is empty. If you know Dr. Joseph Beasley or his work, please raise your hand, please. Oh, plenty of you all need to do more studying. Please look up Dr. Beasley. Where are the Senators Warnock and Ossoff in this matter? Here we are running around here, flipping the Congress, making Georgia blue, and a man that I stood shoulder to shoulder with in Warnock, I can't even find him to speak on prison industrial complex. He's using. Man, let me end with this quote from Dr. King, since everybody wants to talk about Dr. King. Dr. King stated that a nation that continuously, year after year, spends more money on military defense than programs of social uplift is headed for spiritual doom. We feel, in closing, like Cop City is a manifestation of that doom, nothing but an academy for assassins. So in the name of Joe Beasley and his pitch and his tone, I will close.
Thank you.
Stop Cop City.
Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lewis, you wanted to respond briefly?
And brother, I appreciate you for directing, and I appreciate the words. I always tell people that when you come to me, make sure you let me know stuff. So I keep my ears all the way open. But it's also my job to sit on this dais and tell the stuff I'm seeing as well. So a lot of misinformations have been told. And when we talk about like how long I've been affected by it, in 1990, when a hurricane happened in Miami, they drew people to Atlanta. The Atlanta-Miami drug war happened. My mother was murdered in that war, right there in Dixie Hill, shot over 20 times. That man did 30 years in prison. He came home 3 years ago. He now works for the city somewhere, right? My grandmother told me she felt justice. 1 week ago, I had a niece, Breasia Powell, right? 1 week ago, that's my niece. My dad married her grandmama, so that's my niece. Her mama, my sister, right? And I'm telling you that she was shot. She's a superstar. The community calls her a superstar because she's better than everybody else, right? And we know that we know what just happened over there. So we're seeing all this stuff that's going on. And I'm telling you, I'm going to keep going even more because you said the courthouse the other day, right? Nobody showed up. She was in there by herself. 110 shots fired, 76 bullets, 3 flash bang grenades after 90 shots were already fired. There was a comment by the police, let's make sure he's already dead. They then drug him downstairs and left him there for 8 hours. Officers have been charged. This time, I know, I made sure I didn't disrespect you at all. And we come from the same people, so we know let me get to a period like I did you. And so I would say the officers have been charged with over 13 felonies. And she was in there by herself. She wasn't, because my staff has made sure we've been with her every step of the way. We walking with her every step of the way. I was there. I made sure I let you go to a period. And my staff been there every single step of the way before we was on city council. And so I will say that I was there, and I went into the courtroom with her. I came there before court started, and I was getting there as many times as I could, no matter how busy I was. This was a mother there by herself, black woman, and we got the police. We got them down there. We got them in court, y'all. We typically don't get police officers to go to court charged. And so why she here by herself? And so me saying, hey, y'all, don't leave her down here by herself, that's a real thing. And so I saw why I bring up Miss Breasia. I bring that up for real. Nobody said her name except one person in here, man. That's a real thing to me, because now we had to find a way to we found a way to make sure she was okay. Found a way to make sure her mom okay now. They talking about they got to find a new place to live because it's very dangerous where they at. And so over 100 shots were fired out there at Mays High School. Not nobody talking about it. So I will let you know I'm fully engaged with all this stuff, but I'm listening to everybody too. I appreciate you full out for that, and I can't wait. I know DC gonna lock us in so we can talk after this.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Next is Monty Benjamin. You'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
Hello to everyone here, as well as the members that are here to support Stopping Cop City. I'm standing before you all as an example in the end results of the culture as well as the studious outrage of justice when it applies to law enforcement. Again, to me, being a mother of a son who lost his life at the hands of law enforcement, my tone with this is the pettiness of distinguishing militarized as opposed to public safety and all the above. My thing is with this whole issue of Cop City, I am not negative cop. I come from a family that's enforced with law enforcement. My brother-in-law worked for the Secret Service. One actually worked for the military police, and one also in law enforcement in my local town. I am a resident here of the Metro Atlanta area. What I will say is my thoughts on Cop City is all of this money is being put into a structure, into a building, into an entity, whereas it should be put into, whereas we have the issues of community issues, homelessness. Prior to losing my son, I was a part of a lot of those organizations that was reaching out to the families that live in the communities where it has presently been gentrified, where you had elderly people put out on the street, not knowing where they're going to go, not knowing where they're going to live. So my thoughts is this, not only that, also knowing a lot of individuals who were killed by law enforcement due to mental issues. And to me, it's losing sight on public safety, whereas they are becoming more of the villains than actually the solution to the cause. And also with me saying this is, Javis' father also was in law enforcement. But what I want to speak about with them building this public safety, they also need to look at the entity or the individual, the individual and their implicit biases. We could talk all day about getting a building. We could talk all day about building a facility. I call it a police playground, because that's exactly what it is. Right. They're not addressing the issues where a lot of these officers, not all bad, I got to give the disclaimer, but at the end of the day, when it comes to the applied policies within a city limit, as far as the manager, city manager, as well as the mayor themselves, a lot of these individuals, including my son, have lost their lives simply because a mayor refused to assist in the process of accountability as to that officer being held accountable. When my son, when he was actually killed, he had his hands raised. He was actually in an accident. Officer arrived on the scene. When he arrived on the scene, he told my son to stay in the car. It took me 2 years to find out that through media, they said my son assaulted the officer. He never touched the officer. He said, do y'all see what he's trying to do to me? This officer shot him in the chest. He died on the scene. This same officer, it wasn't 2 years until after he was killed that I found out what happened to him. Then from there, the issue went to this officer, the prosecutor overturned the indictment from the jury, and then from there, the actual officer who killed my son was promoted to chief of police.
Expired. Thank you.
Can I ask for extra time?
Thank you. I'm sorry, time's expired. Next is Kimberly Brooks. Kimberly Brooks. You'll have, Councilmember Bond. Sorry? Okay. Okay.
Mr. President,
Ms. Brooks, you'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
Mr. President, would you mind,
Kimberly Brooks?
No, what had happened was she was coming up with me so I can sign the paper, but she signed her name, and I was supposed to have been speaking. And
Ms. Brooks, you're trying to yield time to Ms. Ward?
she's not giving her time.
Oh, I see. All right,
Yeah.
got it.
Okay.
Kimberly Brooks, you'll have 2 minutes.
She get 2 minutes.
2 minutes, and you'll get 2 minutes.
Okay.
So Kimberly Brooks, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you.
I won't repeat what everyone here has already said. I will just state the obvious. If Cobb City is built, you will kill black people. I come to you today as a black woman and mother in the city of Atlanta. A lot of times we're not responsible for our actions because you don't know what happens. The city of Atlanta appears to be directly instrumental in the decimation of the black community of Cobb City. Cobb City is, by the black community, Cobb City is not supported by best practice or sound data. It is not supported, and the district attorney appears to fairly execute law. The sheriff is bullying employees, and the police department is not promoting a positive culture. Katherine Johnson and the federal government stated in her death, the Justice Department is committed to vigorously prosecuting law enforcement officers who willfully disregard the Constitution and abuse the authority to violate the rights of others. Per your laws, under oath, you swore that you will further swear that you will uphold and support the Constitution of the United States, or further swear that you will uphold and support the ethics of Code of the City of Atlanta. To date, the city of Atlanta has failed to protect the black people in this community. If they continue to do so, we may need federal intervention because you cannot and you have not did your jobs. If I'm not mistaken, this council has responsibly taken away equity in the black community by demolition of property. For one property was $750,000 you spent on one property. When CARES money was given, you failed to give that money to the black community. In all areas of social and economic development and criminal justice, this council, along with the mayor, has failed to do its duty and perform its duties as council. So everyone that votes yes to this will be an enemy of the black community. You cannot say that you are advocates for the black community.
Thank you. Vanessa Ward, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
Okay. Hello, how y'all doing? This is my first time. So I'm a little nervous, but I just want to say, can y'all please stop Cop City? And I don't want to say that y'all don't care about us, but if Cop City keep going, then all of us might be in trouble because it's going to be a war. It might turn out to be a war all over, from the north, the south, the east, the west, because Cop City is a military, can't say the words, I'm still nervous, but I don't think it's going to be a good idea because if they get in and they start disrespecting you guys like they disrespect us, then, I mean, who's going to help us then? The military? So, you know, I can't speak that good. So I'm going to... But I just want to ask you to stop Cop City. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Jordan Harmon. Jordan Harmon.
Mr. President, would you mind calling the numbers again?
We're at number 80. 80. Jordan Harmon, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
I should have 2 extra minutes for 4 minutes as someone yielded my time.
I did not see yielded time. I'll look again, but I didn't see any for you.
All right. J. Jordan Chochifkaros Idolgados Momanchaha Malegirados. My name is Jordan. I am of the Deer Clan. I come from Chiaha Tribal Town, which is a traditional town of my Muskogee people. Just a few miles away from Atlanta, actually. I just wanted to come here. There's nothing I'm going to say against Cop City that has not already been said 1,000 times, and you'll hear it 1,000 times again. But just to remind you that I heard someone mention the city of Atlanta being founded in 1847, and I can see the seal over here, 1847. And just remind you that the reason why the city of Atlanta was able to be formed in the first place was because 15 years before that, my relatives were forcibly removed from this land, conveniently making it available for the city of Atlanta to exist. I was not born and raised in Atlanta. I was born and raised in the Muskogee Reservation in Oklahoma. Yet I came here because the black residents here asked for our support. They wanted us to come home to defend the land with them. That's why we came here. I wasn't born and raised in Atlanta, but the bones of my relatives fertilized the trees in the Weelaunee Forest. Do I not have a right to come back and mourn with them? Do I not have a right to come celebrate them? You have heard some of our people already speak about our homecoming and conducting ceremony here. Do we not have a right to come back and still do that? Also, Councilman Lewis, I'd like to just address you really quick because I've heard you speak a lot and you want to be the voice of reason in favor of this facility. And I just wanted you... Oh, excuse me, I apologize. I wanted to thank you, Councilman Lewis, for your easy no vote, and I wanted to thank you for being the voice of reason in this room and trying to facilitate this.
Time has expired.
And I'd also want to remind you that our presence here cannot be underestimated. The power of our homecoming here is very powerful.
and that this won't be
Thank
the
you.
last time that you see us here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Amber Sherman, followed by Curtis Duncan and DeMonta Barrino. You'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
Oh, it's all shit. Okay. 4 minutes, great. You're the youth, right? That's what the mayor and the city administration have said. That's what this body has championed. If it was really the year of the youth, wouldn't environmental racism be of grave concern as it will affect the youth? If it was really the year of the youth, wouldn't folks have some care and concern for the school children who currently have to hear gunshots at all times of day and night? Because a part of mass incarceration and police militarization is psychological warfare that starts from birth in their communities. If it was really the year of the youth, wouldn't we see more investment into youth, resources and programs, not basketball games once a month with the police? If you actually want to help communities, you will fund their needs. And the move to support Cop City is the exact opposite of that. Now that I have your attention, my name is Amber Sherman. I lost my voice because I'm an outside agitator. And I'm an organizer from Memphis. And I'm here to stand in solidarity and join the Stop Cop City movement because we all know what happens here in Atlanta affects us globally. So today on what will be Breonna Taylor and Tyree Nichols' 30th birthdays, instead of celebrating their life and honoring their memory today, I gotta be here talking to y'all because y'all don't got no sense. Because you wanna support giving money to the police and building a playground for them instead of investing in our communities. Building a mock city for police officers to practice defense tactics, use militarized equipment, and destroy forest land that's crucial to combat the effects of climate change is not only harmful, it's anti-black, it's reinforcing white supremacist tactics, and it's tone deaf to this community's outcry here in Atlanta and all throughout the U.S. when we say to demilitarize the police, defund them, and invest in our communities. The longer this body continues to ignore the will of the people, the more you are solidifying your allegiance to upholding white supremacy, to upholding police terrorism, and upholding allegiance to the wealthy class. Mayor Dickens and this body are just as complicit as the Atlanta PD and GBI and other police forces in the murder of Tortuguita, the violent mass arrest of folks attending the festival in March, and the kidnapping of 3 organizers with the Atlanta Solidarity Fund just this past week. What's happening here is not okay, and I know that y'all know that. No matter how much the police push back, no matter how much they arrest or even murder us, we're not gonna stop. Atlanta police themselves even admitted just, a few days ago that they were just gonna try to wait us out. I hope y'all realize that's not gonna be an option, right? This crowd will only get bigger, these voices will only get louder, and this opposition will only continue to grow. That's what people power looks like. And this is what a movement looks like. The people are rising up and we're telling you, we ain't finna take it no more. You won't displace us with ease. You won't harass and murder us with ease. We're putting up a fight. And just as our ancestors were just as resilient, so are we, and we not letting up. We won't allow Cop City to be built, and if you had a conscience, you wouldn't either. We said no to Cop City on any land, and we meant that. Stop Cop City.
Next up will be Curtis Duncan. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 10 minutes.